are a lot of people that have been watching RQ for a long time, and some of the changes that we have, you kind of weigh it like, is this what they need right now? And I feel like tournaments like this is a great time to test some of those things out and get the year started.
Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect, right? It's right before these major tournaments all around the world, like for MPLs, Indonesia and the Philippines. I think this is their chemistry, what they can put out. Are they well adjusted to the meta? I have to highlight a little bit about RQ2. Like, since we're gonna be looking at their roster, they got Irad playing for them and Brusco. And just a little trivia about Brusco, because I've been following him since the amateur scene. It's so nice to see. And there was a time that he actually said that it's gonna be really hard. Like, he's not sure if he's gonna make it. There are moments like that. So it's nice to see him, come into MPL, then eventually get picked up by an organization like RRQ, right? That is big. Irad and Brusco, they definitely have a lot to prove here, and I think it's really a big thing for them to carry RRQ's name.
And that's what, like, I'm glad you pointed them out, Ben. And most people might be like, man, a lot of people talk so much about like these imports or these changes and whatnot. And
right.
It's true. I mean, there's a reason why it is, because you have to consider that dynamic change. The Irad specifically, we know so far, I would say, from the meta for Games of the Future, a lot of people have been weighing like, all right, is the best choice these utility junglers? Is the best choice maybe opting for some of these assassin type junglers? And with junglers like Irad, glimpse of this yesterday. And you can see there's quite a few members out there watching this. The stage looks amazing. And that is you can see the trophy. You'll get a closer look at it. Actually, there it is on screen, what I was talking about in the video. Because yesterday's video, it got cut a little bit short, so it didn't get the whole history or the story of it. But now it makes sense. And I love to see that this stage it's very impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad you kind of pointed that out too. Like, I was like, oh, it's a trailer about the trophy. Actually, I didn't notice that because I was busy mentally preparing for like what to say in the opening. And yeah, I love how we have these kind of like little trailer about like the teams too, right? Like, we got RRQ here. Speaking of, there you have it, like Irad, the rest of the gang. And so far, I think what's really interesting about RRQ2 is they're the first team that actually picked something very interesting. It got everybody in the MLBB community talking, right? They picked up a Layla for their last pick last time, and it worked. It was a match point. Wow.
We talked about this yesterday, actually.
Oh, wow, you did too.
Yeah, because we're going to see them walk out the stage, of course, here. And still, performance-wise, these guys that have been making names for themselves for the longest time, Skylar especially, able to pull things like that off and make it work. I think that's a very, special thing. Not to mention I think those are the new jackets, by the way. They got like some limited edition new jackets that I heard about. Not sure if we'll be able to get to see those in person. But, the point with the whole Layla pick, that's what I love. And I was telling this to G yesterday in the discussion, like some of these, you could say non-meta picks, like these niche picks or whatever you want to call it. Like, I feel like we're in a current meta state where it's like, you can do some of this. Like, you can experiment, you can pull something off, and really all it comes down to is if you're confident enough to pull off that strategy. And something as simple as like, oh yeah, Layla might be really a simple hero in comparison to some of the other gold laners that we're used to seeing, but they made it work. And exactly that. So also going to be taking a look here, Burmese Ghouls making their way to the stage once again here after this great video put together. And Kim, I got to say, personality-wise, matchup style-wise, for both these teams, do you think the Burmese Ghouls kind of have to like tame that aggression a little bit here in this matchup against RRQ?
Hey, I think Burmese Ghouls did a pretty good job actually back in the group stages, where they were also pretty aggressive from the early game. So I think it boils down to the draft too. Like, if you're gonna give like Saksa here or Irad those types of heroes, like I think if you want to be aggressive from the start, like Glass Cannon heroes like Joy, Nolan, these are the things that you have to consider. Even the Martis too, that is super good in the early game. And Burmese Ghouls had that type of composition actually in the group stage. So hopefully, let's see if they can balance it out with RRQ, that kind of aggression that they want to show out here. But so far, like, I think Burmese Ghouls did a very good job of holding out up until the stage, right? Like, we're down to 8 teams. It's not an easy feat to actually reach this point of the tournament.
Yeah, again, based off what we saw yesterday, taking us back to yesterday, since we know that RQ Hoshi's been waiting, right, because of the way that they place in their groups, but specifically for Burmese Ghouls, like I said, their performance against Twisted Minds was very impressive. Like, they came out very strong and came out swinging impressively. It's just they had some, I would say, like, minor mistakes on some things, especially when it came to setting up with what they drafted.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going to have to be in check here, you know, for this game against RQ if they really want to move forward, right? Because we do know that, hey, there's not that many days left. It's single elimination.
Right.
And there's only so much you can do in a best of three. And, you know, I'm going to ask you this, Kim, because I liked to ask G's idea about this and, like, in the best of three.
Okay.
Yeah. So is this like the time that, do you think game one really is the time to just throw out like this experiment, or do you go back and stay with your fundamentals or your basics here? Because these are two teams that really, there's a lot of variability that can pop up even in game one.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, everybody pretty much has an idea of what everybody's comfortable with in the current meta. We've seen the stats already so far, and it seems like it is centered around these chain CC type of compositions.
Yeah.
You see like a Ruby, Minotaur, or sometimes even Ruby, Tigreal combination. So I think it's all about like all-out brawl sometimes I would see like in all of the games. And I mean, clashes after clashes, and it's all because of these CC type of heroes. So I think for Burmese Ghouls, right, if they want to keep up, maybe possibly get a really good draft against RRQ, we started to see the shift also. Instead of like putting your resources to take down the gold lane, like I see a lot of these teams kind of shifted to the XP lane, which kind of like carries the momentum of the game, right? Like I've seen Delar do that. He was so good in like disrupting the jungle or the farming of the enemy, which kind of made it so hard for them to take in major objectives, which is Turtles and the Lord. So I think that's something that has to be looked upon here for both sides.
I think with building off of that, you know, when you're talking about the objectives, you know, for the most part, I still feel like these teams specifically, and Burmese Ghouls as an organization, like there was a time when they were very action-based and they wanted to just clash it out and things like that. But of course, like over time, a lot of these teams have developed that sense of, all right, these objectives, we really have to master the dance. Because I think for a lot of people watching, like especially if, let's say, they're just kind of casually watching the esports scene, or maybe if you even compare it to the diehards out there, they know that there's a certain like choreography to a lot of these like turtle takes these lord dances. That's why we call it a dance, right? I mean, that's the terminology, because it really is that. And I would say that with the additions here to Burmese Ghouls, they have done a really good job at kind of developing that play style around that, but they're still very aggressive. And if you say the same thing about RQ Hoshi here, they're a team when sometimes when you think they're like down and out, there's like that it factor for some of these players here, right? And whether that's Clay, whether that's Skylar, whether that's any of these guys on that roster, specifically from Indonesia, like they can pull that through, and it's kind of scary how that can happen, right? Because sometimes there's always that when games do, like when we're talking about 10,000 gold deficit for any of these teams out there, there's
that's
some
huge.
of those playmakers that can pull a miracle out, right? It doesn't always happen, but it's definitely a possibility here. And once again, while we wait for a draft for game number one, that's where we're going to see things kind of fall into place, right? Because we already saw, again, these top picks, these top bands that have been coming up. We see a lot of, when it comes to Rome, we see a lot of that set potential. That's the reason why Ruby is, I think she's the top right now. I think she's
Number one.
actually most picked. Yeah, I think she is the most picked
so far
hero. But even with that being the case, like we saw yesterday, and being picked up first, it doesn't guarantee you a easy sailing in the game. Like we saw even Maro yesterday struggle with the Ruby in the first game that they had because he got shut down really early on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Ruby here. The statistics is actually pretty good. Like it's picked up, the most number of times 28 in total, but it doesn't really have a very good win rate. Let's say like 40%. So yeah, I mean it is a priority, but it doesn't guarantee you like an overall win. Yeah, but apart from that, I want to talk a little bit about the other picks too that haven't like surfaced. Like Joy, Matilda. Actually, Joy was let out once, like for the RQ debut game. It was actually
Yeah.
given to Irad, and that's a really good choice when it comes to like aggression in the early game. So I'm still not so sure. Will these teams like go for super aggressive picks? Like there are times that I will also see like Fanny bans, like respecting Irad there, Lancelot bans coming through. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go for utility right now, or are they gonna go for assassins, because we're talking about like Saksa and Irad, two of our like homegrown talents here in the PH, right?
It's funny because with Irad specifically, like at least for me, I'm very vocal about this over in our region. Of course, like I loved for the longest time, ever since I was a part of the broadcast team, RSG. And so, I was a big Demon Kite fan coming up, and then Irad came in, and he had his whole thing that he was saying between him and even Carl Teasy in one of the seasons and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, Irad has developed into an exceptional player, like over the seasons. And he is still one of those players, because there's a lot of jungler players out there that, like, they don't want to, like, sometimes, even I've heard this from some of the coaches that we've interviewed, like sometimes even if they want this certain draft, sometimes they will, of course, take the consideration of what the player is saying. And Irad and players like this will be like, you know what? I'll take the Lancelot. I'll take the Joy. I'll take the Nolan. I'll take some of these like riskier heroes, because they have that certain confidence in themselves and they're able to pull it off, rather than going, and sometimes that's even picking it into a utility type hero, and they can still make it work.
Thanks a lot, right?
Thanks a lot, and again, it's all about that timing and that really like Wolf talks about this a lot, like the micro skill when it comes to it, and in those minor decisions of being able to get that retribution off, or being able to play from the backside and work around it. So Irad is specific there, I think, but him and Saksa, I think, is, when you're comparing them jungler-wise, he likes to opt for those utility type heroes more, at least for the whole team composition. So that's what I'm really wondering, and that's where my eyes will actually be when we get to that draft, is what do these teams want to go with jungle? And it's one thing that's apparent here, Kim, is how much flexibility can happen, in that first phase of the draft.
For sure.
A lot of the flexing that can happen here with the heroes.
Yeah, I was thinking about like Saksa here. I actually got a chance to interview both of these players, and Irad is that. I mean, it shows in their playstyle. Like Irad is a bit more aggressive, a bit more confident, right? So you can see like the assassins come up here, because you need that confidence to be able to make that play. I mean, come on, I'm not that confident. I can't do assassin. So it's kind of like that. It kind of translates to your personality too. Saksa is more of that kind of guy who kind of more of like follows like what the entire team wants, kind of like a team player, right? But I'm not saying Irad is not. I'm saying it's more of like he takes charge here. Like I can lead you guys with this hero. I can pick up that assassin. Just trust in me. Kind of like that kind of thing going on.
Yeah. And I get what you mean too, and I like the fact too that you kind of bring that perspective, because I know you've done a lot of that like report. I don't know if that's the right term, but like a lot of like that reporting work, through the league and everything else. So you get to kind of spend a little more of that time picking the brains of some of the players here, of course, in the Philippines. Now, as we're getting through this first phase of the draft, you can already see the bans coming out, the Barretts. The Nathan is taken out. I was wondering if this would be also banned out. Joy is constantly banned, so that's taken out. But the Novaria, a pick that obviously RQ Hoshi loves to play, and it works well. I mean, a lot of teams love it because of the vision and the burst potential. So what are we feeling, though, will be possibly priority here as we get through these last couple bans in the first phase, Kim?
Wow, the Novaria here. I think this is also like one of the most picked so far, like overall in the entire Games of the Future. The vision it gives, the pokes, even the wave clear is so good. So I think for Burmese schools, Nico is that type of mid laner. Like there was a time he went 2 games straight with a Paquito in the mid. So I feel like Burmese schools is kind of trying to go for that kind of composition once again. Like if you're talking about RQ being aggressive, Burmese schools has that composition that can be aggressive, and at the same time, like it can be like a split push type of composition. We've seen that Paquito in the mid lane. I think it's also a flex pick that comes out from Burmese schools. I'm not so sure if she will respond immediately by taking it, but there's a lot to take in here for the first phase. I was thinking about the Ruby, which seems to be a standard first choice, but Guinevere here for the side of RRQ Hoshi, which I think is a very safe pick. It's a flex pick. Like you can go with it in the jungle, you can go with it in the XP lane, sometimes even the roam. So super flexible. We're talking about the flexibility. I like that coming out from RRQ, but Burmese schools can either answer it out with a Ruby and a Claude here being picked up. One of the most picked heroes as well so far in the tournament, and has a very good win rate, by the way.
Yeah, not to mention, Stitch had some MVP performances on this as well, and they're going to work around that. Not to mention, picking up Ruby, like you said, it's top pick right now, but we'll have to see again if they're actually able to utilize it the way they need to, because, so far, we don't 100% know where the Guinevere is going. We can assume that maybe it goes in the jungle, maybe it doesn't. Even yesterday alone, we saw it even in the roam. So with that, again, where do they go from here? They take up the CC, they take up Nana. So this is a lot of damage already in these first three picks. Nana has been a menace. Her and Molina just wrecking havoc right now so far. And this.
When you look at her photo, it doesn't look like it, right? When you look at her photo, it doesn't look like it.
Kim,
Yeah. It is. We've talked about this with Private. I think the only time we've seen this was like, it has appeared in multiple games, but I think I love this coming out from RRQ Hoshi, showing us that, the Nana is not only a beast in ranked games. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. It appeared several times, not to mention, I like the adjustments that were made to it recently. Like the Molina can actually not stun one person, right? You can stun like 3 people. So like for RRQ so far, it has that great burst combination. Burmese Schools immediately answers it out by picking up the Akai here to kind of shake things up. But at the same time, I'm not so sure if this is a good pick up against like the Nana. Like the Nana's Molina kind of counters out the Akai, right? Like when you pop the heavy spin. So I'm not so sure. But for Sox, right, he's kind of taking away or kind of picking up this Akai already, since there were 2 bans centered towards him in the first phase. The Barretts and the Martis were already out. Some of his most picked heroes so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's funny with that because Akai popped up yesterday as well a couple times. And, even if you're playing into a Nana, I feel like it can still work. It can still work okay, because really when it comes to the positioning, getting the lockdown with the heavy spin, the way that works. And sometimes it's not even about getting the lockdown. It's actually the way that you can utilize it. And we've seen this happen before with Saxa, is just, hey, push them away from the objective. Again, we talk a lot about the dances, the objective dances, and that's one great tool or utility, I guess, that Akai brings, is sometimes you're just pushing the other jungler away so that you can get the retribution off and work off of that. So again, a lot of CC available to them. Claude scales up. We know that he can be a menace later on himself, pushing those side lanes, putting pressure there if it's not controlled. But right now, as we get through this second phase here, Kim, a couple more bans to go before we see how this unfolds. And we already see some focus here on the XP lane as well.
Yeah, Dilar, I was actually going to talk a little bit about that, because looking at RRQ Hoshi, they kind of want to focus on like team fights, right? You got the Guinevere here to set up the plays. Even the CC here kind of sets up the plays. But for RRQ, they're kind of, respecting the fact that this is not a Ruby, Dilar's Ruby. So he might actually go for, something else. We've seen it on a Lapu Lapu several times. Benedetta as well, that can do the split pushes here for Burmese Schools. I talked a little bit about that earlier, that Dilar can also go for those kind of mobile heroes that can disrupt the jungle. So for RQ Hoshi, the last ban, I feel like they should center it around Dilar. Just the same thing as like Burmese Schools is centering around the jungle here for the last 2 bans. They take away the Lancelot and the Nolan that I mentioned, that is really good when you kind of want to go for that great early game, which kind of leaves Irat here with either going for another utility, because they already have the burst damage here, or they want to add up to more damage by picking up like something crazy like a Fanny here. They already have Skylar here to pick up that either a carry here to shred up the tanky heroes, or maybe go for something like something that can go head to head with a Claude in the early.
Could do that. They could, again, I think they could even possibly just go a safe route. They already have so much damage available to them in the early game. If they really want to go in with scale and work around this, they might even opt. What if they go for, of course, like it's not banned out, the carry's available, Bruno's still there. Those are some picks that they could pick up and go with. Fairness being picked up on the other side, again, is something that you have to be conscious of, right? I was even thinking of possibly an Aurora popping up because we've seen that come through quite a bit. There's the Bruno. So Bruno is going to be locked in. That's the choice here for Skylar, which is great because Bruno's a great turret destroyer, right? Let him go ahead and farm up, do what he needs to do, and then the damage has to be respected later on. The Minotaur, last pick here for RQ Hoshi. So now we know exactly where things are falling into place, right? Of course, this provides them a lot of that sustainability still based off the heroes that they have and a lot of CC. So it's a good thing that Burmese Ghouls has that fairness, right? Because they're going to want to use that that Cult Altars really help them survive a lot of this.
Yeah, they're already anticipating that this is going to be an all-out brawl between them and RRQ. I mean, looking at the lineup here of RRQ, you got the Minotaur, the Guinevere. This is what's really good about the Guinevere too. I think this might actually be the Irad's hero, right? So as long as the Guinevere has someone to front for you, you can just keep on setting up and not worry about getting taken down. But for the side of Burmese Ghouls, they also lock up something really interesting themselves. And I think overall, like, you can expect to see like a lot of clashes here from the start and even up until mid-game.
Again, we'll see as both these lineups are locked in and ready. I feel like it's been a while too since we've seen you know, with Fairness, I'm so used to seeing the Valentina across from him, but I like the fact that, again, I'm a huge fan of these picks popping up that are, I guess Nana's kind of meta now, but, you know, for the longest time, she wasn't meta. So I like that she still fits into this this whole play style for a lot of these teams. So talking about magic damage, talking about sustainability, they have all that here for RQ. Burmese Ghouls, on the other hand, like I said, they're going to have to play around the utility that they bring to the table with these picks, right? The Ruby, the Akai, and everything else. So again, let's see how it all unfolds. We saw both the lineups here. I'm going to go ahead and lean towards this lineup from RQ Hoshi. I think they should be able to pull it off, but we're going to be jumping here into the Land of Dawn here. Game number 1, down to the last 8 teams. We're kicking off here. RQ Hoshi, Burmese Ghouls in this best of 3. One of these teams will be sent out of the tournament here after the series. So we all start here once again. Taking a look at the early rotations, emblems, nothing quite, you know, out of the ordinary here. Banana, though, opting for a lot of that sustainability again with this CC. We'll see how this all works out. Burmese Ghouls, they have they gotta play around the fact that they have, oh, hold on, already in the mid lane though. Jump in, come through. Nico's gonna be just fine. Gives them a thumbs up as well. So for now, back and forth. We're gonna wait for that first big objective, of course, the turtle. I'm not sure if either of these teams have what they need to get an early first blood before the objective. I think it's better they play it safe again when we're talking about exactly what is at stake here, right? So for now, let's see once again how it goes. Banana and Delar. Banana should have a pretty good lane so far for the most part until that level 4 is available. There you are, Kim. So yeah, nothing, you didn't miss too much.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a minute in, no first blood. Kind of expected to see this from, of course, RQ and Burmese. They want to be a little bit more careful, kind of going in for a lot of these early game pokes first. Like this XP lane choice from RQ, they decided to go with this, especially since this can kind of like put Dilara back. Like we've seen this in some games of the Burmese Ghouls that, you know, Dilar had a very early wave clear, so he was able to reach level 4 much faster than the opponent, which kind of really enables Burmese Ghouls to kind of take in these early turtles. But so far, it's RRQ. Irad actually started up 140 HP already for the turtle.
Yep, they go in, heavy spin already used. Turtle for the taking, Irad gonna be able to get it. They get the stun off as well. Not sure if they still want to be going for it though. They're gonna fight it out and they back off, they disengage. Good thing too, once again, they have that nether realm available from Nico. Yeah,
those was very good zoning as well from RQ. Like you see Banana, not only did he was he able to clear lanes pretty fast. He was also able to zone out Saksa there, so he can, push forward and try to go for that heavy spin and just click that retribution and steal that Lord. But overall, for RRQ, right, like so far their lanes are pretty much contained. Like you see how Delar was super aggressive too when it came to like the turtle take. He went in and tried to go in for that level 4 so he can pop in that Black Dragon and be able to kind of mess up RRQ's turtle take there. But so far RRQ has been successful. No first blood yet. 3 minutes in already in the game.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because we're talking about the aggression from both of these teams, but and that's not going to find the connection they're looking for. But hold on, still pressure.
Oh,
what a huge! I'm offended into the heavy spin, able to get the lockdown. Irad going to be the one to go down. First blood going to the hands of Burmese Ghouls. What a set there from Blink, utilizing the flicker combination with the I'm offended. Still going to be up here on the top side, but they should be fine for now. What a play!
Yeah, just when we were talking about no first blood, kind of called it there. Nice tuck in there. Flicker was available for Blink, and he was able to do that. And now Banana in trouble. Ooh, this is what I was talking about, though. 1-for-1 trade-off onto the bottom side. And you see kind of like the aggression of Delar, right? Going right into the turret to make sure that he gets the pick off. But again, kind of nullified since it was like a 1-for-1 trade. Here on the middle side, though, Burmese Ghouls. Brusco setting things up, but not be able to get anything. Burmese School so far, they got that nice first blood. They got it in 2 pickoffs, but it's still RRQ Hoshi leading, all because of the turtle takes that they've been taking. And not to mention, look at Skylar there over on the top side, actually forcing Stitch to actually go to the XP lane instead.
It's a good choice. I mean, a lot of these rotations happening here are very smart on both sides, for the most part. An early game, not anything too crazy happening. You see Blink, if he continues to do that every time the flicker's available to him, is really going to pay off, right, for these goals. That's kind of what they have to do. But Brusco even on the other side, a well-timed Annoying Fury is going to help them out. And not only that, but they have the extra CC available to them with Irad's kit. Dragon Form going to come down, still be working for this turtle. Second one, Sock's able to secure it. Gets a lockdown now on Irad. He's kind of stuck between the wall. He'll get taken out by Delar. And there's nothing RRQ could do there. So objective and a kill for Burmese Ghouls.
I like how Burmese Ghouls also kind of like knew that Brusco there did not have that flicker, so they were so confident in trying to take down this turtle to the point that the RRQ was just like trying to find the proper setup there. We kind of see the attempts there from Irad trying to go in for the Violet Requiem and the spatial migration, but it kind of backfired here onto RRQ. And now so far Burmese Schools, they've done a good job of equalizing things out. Brusco though
goes in, jumps in, but look at that again. The sustainability is kind of the way, of course, NetherRealm works. It buys you a little more time, and they're going to be just fine.
I'm worried about for the side of Burmese Schools, though. They have to check Skylar as of the moment. He's gotten all the gold plating over on the top side. Not to mention that he's been pushing the lanes pretty fast. You did mention that this Bruno is a turret shredder, and so far he's been taking this turret down almost to 1/4 HP. They should be able to take this. Great map control here for RRQ. Great space that they've made, especially since they still need to take in the last turtle and possibly the next Lord coming into this game. But so far, gold lead, you don't see anyone leading as of the moment because everybody is it's kind of a little bit careful when it comes to all these engages, right? Like once you engage, you don't have that right follow-up, it might actually just be a double-edged sword for your team.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, you have to respect the fact that even with everything happening now, the past couple of minutes, it's pretty much even, economy-wise, right, for the most part. And Skylar not going down, able to kind of just farm up here is great for RRQ. But even on the flip side, Burmese Ghouls, exactly, Stitch, having an early kill, able to work on his own here, will pay off later on, of course, as you scale up on this Claude pick. So right now, stalemates. Third turtle of the game, though, for the taking here. Both teams getting in position. Only Skylar down on the bottom side, so both teams want to go full force here. The difference maker could be that gold lane, having that available. You can already see in the mid lane, whittling down slowly, but Stitch going to go down bottom. Team's going to be fighting it out 4-on-4 here for this third turtle. Taking it slow. Turret goes down to the bottom side as both gold laners wait there. Turtle's going to reset once again. Still looking for an angle here. Brusco there in the front lines. No one committing just yet. They're trying to feel this out. Yeah, they have to. There's some pressure, though, in the mid lane. They got to deal with it for now. RQ still in position. But right now, Burmese Ghouls just kind of letting them take control of this space. Blink not gonna commit. There's the dragon form finally going for the initiation. Huge stuff
nice
there
one
from Brusco though with the flicker maneuvering Fury. Now they're gonna be battling now. Still looking for a kill to fall here though, as both gold laners trying to make it away. Delar will finally fall. Stitch now joining the fight. Irad taking a couple shots. He's almost there, but another knockup comes through as Irad falls. It's a double for Stitch though, but Skylar finally gets a kill as well. And now the mid lane turret goes down next. They find wins on both sides here, but RRQ pulling out just a little bit ahead. Now Soxa, buff can be worked on, and he's deleted by Banana. Gets whittled down quickly. And that is tough for them. Stitch now the answer here with Blink still. Banana gonna be able to get away from the I'm offended. Wow, so much back and forth here, Kim.
Yeah, we kind of expected this coming out. All out brawl from the side. Burmese School, big window. There was a trade from RRQ Hoshi on the middle lane, so that's also pretty big for them to give that map control towards their side. Right now, that is big because RRQ Hoshi just finally got this first Lord of the game. Not the Luminous one, but this will actually give more pressure to Burmese Schools. They've been winning all of these clashes, but they haven't been able to convert as much turret takes as compared to RRQ Hoshi, who has been slowly taking it in. Care of Skylar, 101 on this Bruno, 7,600 gold for him, at least 1,000 more than what Stitch has. But so far, you know, we can't count out Stitch just yet. This is a Claude that you're talking about. He just picked up the Demon Hunter sword too, so that's going to be big for the side of Burmese Schools when it comes to these clashes. That blazing duet that Stitch has to time up really well. He also has that Purify, so pretty much he's just going to go for the cleanup work here if Burmese Schools decides to go in for the full engage.
Okay, and with that, they got the Lord work in here. RQ now going to go ahead and get these turrets down, move around the map with the space that they garnered themselves. We'll be taking the resources as well on top of it. So Burmese Schools once again finding themselves in a troubling position. This round could slip out of their hands very quickly depending on how they deal with this push. It's going to come down once again if Blink can find a setup that he's going to be looking for on this Ruby pick once again. He's kind of the big answer for them. Delar also now at this point with Dragon Form has to be really careful on his positioning. Turret now in the mid lane, tier 2 going to fall into focus top side, tier 3. And you can already see Skylar very confidently just kind of poking down what he can. Shield's already taken care of as well in the mid lane. But right now, Burmese Schools holding it together on the defense.
For Burmese Schools and RQ, what they both have in common right now is the timing of the ultimates. The Netherrealm here, the Blazing Duet. Even for the side of RQ, the timing here of Brusco's setup. He does have the flicker here. They want to go for the pressure here on the mid side. There's tug in by Blink.
Able to get the pull here, but he's still going to be able to stay alive through it all. Netherrealm comes down too. Dragon Form there to cut him off a little bit. Delar, though, takes quite a few shots. No one goes down in the exchange. Big item picks up as well. The Flask of the Oasis now for Brusco. Sustainability going to be there, and they're getting another turret as well. The jump in from Irad finds the Requiem. Now Banana also unleashing. Stitch able to get the kill, but it's Nico that falls. 2 down for Burmese Ghouls and RQ. Looking to end game number 1 here, working on the crystal. Can Burmese Ghouls clear the waves, keep it together? They find a little bit of room to work with. Blink's the one to fall, but Skylar has so much damage on this Bruno, and that looks like it's going to be it as RRQ takes game number 1.
Wow, just when we thought that it could have been at least like a more than 15 minutes game, that was actually a pretty fast game there from RRQ. Both sides were actually, they actually calculated all of their clashes pretty well, right? There was a point that all of them actually used up all of their ultimates, but none of them were taken down. What RQ actually did really well in that final clash was just to have that selective targeting on those heroes, right? Like Brusco was down, yeah, the main one taking up all of the damage, but that actually enabled Skylar and even Octa there with the Nana to be able to get the prime position and kind of burst everyone down while everybody was too busy trying to take Brusco down.
Yeah, it's crazy. Again, when you're thinking about that early game, you know, how kind of even it looked, and great setup here in the early game from Burmese Ghouls and Blink, you know, able to pull that through. But the problem was, as much as it was a stalemate from the early portion of the game and it was relatively even economy-wise, it's like a switch just flipped for RQ at some point, right? And they were able to really kind of make these decisive maneuvers around some of these skirmishes and these team fights that gave them the upper hand. And that could just be the experience, the patience that they have, but it definitely just kind of shown here how strong they can be in some of these team fights and the way they approach them, because very quickly it just went in their favor here, especially after fights like this kind of turned out.
Yeah, the problem too here with the side of Burmese schools, once it reached the late game, right? For Stitch, he was able to kind of have that killing spree, right? Even in these clashes, you can see he's been popping in these blazing duets, timed really well, and it actually kind of made it hard for RRQ Hoshi in the team fight. So RRQ Hoshi kind of understood that. They're like, okay, we have to kind of address the backlines here, or maybe kind of force Burmese schools to pop in all of their ultimates. Once it's all down, it's going to be kind of hard for them to go in for the engage. And as you can see, this for RQ, they were willing to take down the backlines. Here you see a nice setup here from Irad, which kind of enabled all of the rest of RQ Hoshi to actually make the plays. As long as Skylar is safe here, as long as he's protected here for RQ Hoshi, they could have locked in the tower. And for Burmese schools, they lacked that kind of wave clear here for their side. They did have the protection in the form of the Faramis, but it was kind of not enough to take down the main problem, which is of course backline, and at the same time Banana as well being the MVP here for this game. We've seen him zone the side of Burmese schools here several times, not only in the clashes, but even in the major objectives, which kind of is, I would say that CD is that kind of hero that is not really that, for me, it's not really that OP, but it really is super annoying to be in lane with. You've seen even in the early phase of the game where, you know, Dilar really had a hard time to clear out the lane. Like Banana had much better wave clear, and at the same time, it was really, really annoying when it comes to these clashes that, you know, he was just zoning the backlines, and it was hard for, you know, either Nico or even Stitch here to get the prime position in the class.
Yeah, it was great. Again, you know, Banana didn't even have, you know, he didn't have to have that many items to do what he wanted to do. You know, he had a couple locked in there on the defensive, and he was able to play around the Vengeance as well. And he was just really good at kind of playing that front line when Brusco wasn't available, or maybe Brusco had already done the Minoan and Fury combination, and there was a couple times where it looked like he was going to go down, but Banana was, you know, there then to deal with, and he's just kind of a nuisance for a Burmese Ghoul lineup to deal with. And even though, once again, when we were talking about it in the draft here, they had a lot of utility available to them for Burmese Ghouls. They had a lot of just options that they could have used, and we saw glimpses of that, you know, like that's what we saw from Blink early on. And it just, unfortunately, it did not result in what they wanted to. It's like at some point they were keeping up with RQ, and then things just kind of, you know, fell apart from there. And then you just don't have enough time, I feel like, for the Claude to build up. I mean, this was a rather quick game. And most people will know that when Claude is locked in, like, that's the thing you need. You need time, man. You need time to build up, to get the 3-4 items that you need, and then to be really that pressure, whether that's in the team fights or you're just pushing a side lane. But, you know, and that's one of the great things why that matchup happens so often, where a Claude is locked in, and then you see a Bruno across from you, because honestly, Bruno just needs like 2 items, and he's kind of already doing the damage, you know, like he already kind of hurt. So, you know, and this is something that was unfolding here, not to mention the reason why, Kim, we see so much Nana right now, because sometimes all you have to do is drop the blitz. You know, that's it. Drop the blitz in the straight line. You've got it paired up with,
fine.
Yeah, you've got the, you know, you've got the Minotaur as well. So it lines everything up really perfectly. And I feel like, again, Burmese Ghouls lineup, they kind of needed a little more time here. And RQ knew the assignment. They're just like, yeah, we're not going to give you guys the time that you need to scale up against what we have. And that was the case of game number 1. You know, it was a well-played execution, because anytime you really see these games end at this, you know, this time frame, a lot of the times that first Lord push too, after the first Lord, and there's not even a need for the second one, it's just a finesse by the team. It's just a good execution of whatever they drafted, and the way that they played around their timers and the rotations. And I feel like that's what we saw from RQ from game 1. So, you know, now we have to kind of consider the fact, while we wait for game 2 draft here, Kim, like, what does Burmese Ghouls do here? Like, did you agree with the draft and the game plan it seemed like they had? And should they change that up for game 2 to get to a game 3? Because again, it's match point now for RQ Hoshi.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that these are like just BO3s, like
Yeah, it's
huge
just a
matches like
BO3.
these are BO3. There's just only so much you can do, right? Like the adjustments that you have to make, knowing that, I mean, even the pressure thinking about that the next match is going to be a match point for you. And if you don't win it, or if you don't take it to a game number 3, it's over for your team, right? Definitely a lot of pressure from Burmese schools. What I noticed from their draft is they're kind of reacting to what RRQ actually put out, right? Like they had bursts, they answered it out with the fair miss, but they pretty much didn't think about like the overall picture of like how that will all pull in together, right? Like they had the
Yeah.
for what RRQ did is they worked in on those turrets. They gave so much space also for their team in that early game. So for the side of Burmese schools, I think they kind of have to play it out, of course, real safe here in the second game, and at the same time maybe try to go for what they did in the group stage, like picking something different in the mid lane, or maybe perhaps like going for a little bit more of like comfort picks rather than reacting to the draft here of RRQ.
Yeah, I feel like if I had to pick something apart, like I understand the Faramis kit and you know how it can provide some of that utility, of course, with the Nether Realm and everything else, but it just didn't feel like it could have been like there probably was a better option for me personally that you could have put in the mid lane there in a matchup against the Nana. And I did mention again, we have seen so much Aurora pop up. Of course, I believe the Vexana was, I think it was banned out,
it was banned
that
out,
has also popped up.
game.
Yeah, that has popped up a lot. Of course, Novaria, but that was banned out. So it's like, you know, again, you kind of have to decide what is our game plan. It just felt like that lineup, that composition that they had was like, all right, utility. That's what we're going to go with. And we're going to hope that, again, we are buying enough time for our Claude to farm up, you know, and it just didn't get to that point. So you were talking about what they could do here. I personally think that what I'd love to see Burmese is do kind of what they did yesterday, you know? They were a little more aggressive in their picking and their play style. And if that also means, hey, maybe this means put Dalar, you know, put a Paquito in Dalar's hands so he can be a little more proactive and a little bit more like of a threat, I guess, in this and deal with it, because I don't know. Yuzhong right now for me is just not cutting it. I don't know the 100% statistic on the win rate for Yuzhong. I don't think it's that good though, because so far from what I've seen, I know he's only been picked a couple of times. Maybe he's even
6 times
just
to be exact.
Okay, he's been picked 6 times. Like, it seems like a struggle for the Yuzhongs to really work right now, especially when they're dealing with how much impact right now CC has. Like, CC is also just one of those heroes that's popping up often, and it's tough to deal with. So I personally think that Burmese Ghouls, they opt for a little bit going back to that foundation of let's be aggressive, let's make these plays, and not play to the pacing set by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, speaking of the pacing too, like Burmese schools, the they drafted even in the group stage was really aggressive, like picking up a Harriet very early on, even picking up like direct counters to Ruby, like Barrett's and Paquito, even being so bold to putting the Paquito in the mid lane. So I think they should kind of go back to the basics here for their side. That was their kind of identity. I think even for the draft of Burmese schools, I would have gone with somebody who can split push, right? Like that's what RRQ was doing. They were pressuring the lane. So if Dilar was on something like a Benedetta or a Paquito, these can go for split pushes. But, you know, being in the Yuzhong earlier, it kind of forced him to be like, okay, I have to be in the team fights. I need to have that Black Dragon form up to zone everyone away. So I think for Burmese schools, just go back to what they know, go back to what they're comfortable with, and go back to their identity, which is being aggressive, and also at the same time having these uncontemporary picks in the mid and even in the XP lane sometimes here for Dilar.
I think step one for them, now that they're going to be on this side, getting that first pick, if it doesn't get banned out, I think they should take Guinevere, because that was in the recipe for them yesterday, right? They had Guinevere in both games that they won. They can go ahead and start there and then build around that. But, you know, both games as well, like I said, Dilar had a little bit of a more kind of action-packed hero where he could make these plays or these setups. And if that happens, then great. Bans, though, so far, you know, the Navari and the CC being taken out by Burmese schools is a great step also in the right direction, dealing with that. And, you know, for RQ Hoshi, they're going to be like, you know, we're going to focus on this utility jungle. We don't want to deal with that right now. And we'll see if they actually go still that way with these last bans in this first phase. What are we thinking here, Kim?
Looking at BG here is you can kind of see the impact of this DC, right? I mean, I'm not so sure if
Yeah.
Delar's very comfortable with this hero, but looking at this hero pool, it was more of those heroes that can be a bit more mobile, can take care of itself. I mean, he's the general after all, so he can has to be the one to like lead the charge in the XP lane. And for Burmese schools, I think for RQ Hoshi, they have a good idea of like banning away these utility type of heroes that Saksa has been so good at picking up. Last ban is going to be the Matilda here that still I think it should be permanently on the ban list with the how much shields it can give, and at the same time how much mobility it can give to the entire team. And Burmese schools, like what you mentioned, nice, who it is going to be your first pick here for the side of Burmese schools. Again, I cannot confirm if this is going to be in the jungle. A good flex pick here coming out from Burmese schools, but for RQ Hoshi, they can kind of shake things up here, kind of answer out to the Guinevere, maybe pick up the Ruby, or at the same time pick up the Claude that Burmese schools actually prioritize in the first game.
And there it is, right? I mean, I know I disappeared for a second. I heard everything you said there, though, Kim. But the Guinevere popping up, I think that's a great choice. You kind of play around that now. And like I said, you said this too, go back to some of that foundation that you have. And the recipe for success is, even yesterday. But I feel like still you got to be able to answer. There it is, the Nana. The Nana was open, so it's probably most likely going to be taken once again for RQ as they do that. And this time too, they go with the Claude themselves. So this could be something where it's like, all right, Burmese Ghouls, do they actually want to go with that similar matchup? Like, do they want to lock in the Bruno, and deal with? It's a flip side type thing, and they could build around that. I think this is still, though, so far, let's see what these next two picks are going to be for Burmese Ghouls, but I just like the fact that they at least went with the Guinevere, because although we did see it twice even yesterday, giving them a success, they could still flex it. Like, there's still room for that. Paquito comes up to, it's just like I was saying,
That's what I was waiting for.
Go to what worked for them yesterday, and try that here. There's the Bruno. So this is looking very similar to if you guys caught game 2 of yesterday against Twisted Minds. I think it was a very quick game. It was like 12 minutes. And they had the Guinevere Bruno. Paquito, I think they had a Grok as well. And I think they had Valentina, if I remember right. So the Grok was there, and, it's... We'll see if that happens, but they're going back to that foundation we were talking about here.
Yeah, the Paquito here and the Guinevere. I just want to say that this is really confusing right now, especially for, let's say, some of the people who just come in. They're pretty new to the meta. Nico has actually flexed this Paquito in the group stage twice, back-to-back games in the mid lane. Not only can Delar do that split push, Nico can also do the exact same thing. He was a menace to the team that they were going up against. I think that was Lil Gun that they've gone up against in the group stage. And Nico's Paquito was really, really deadly, like hiding in the bush, getting in those single target pickoffs with his ultimate, and is able to delete, like pretty much like the Nana, it can delete you out of the map. So I still can't tell like if this lineup of Burmese schools is like is it a Paquito Delar or is it a Nico Paquito, things like that. But for RQ Hoshi right now, they have this lineup that's packed with like bursts. So they need someone to front line.
Yeah.
They pick up the Ruby here. Again, I still don't know if this is going to be a Brusco hero or a Banana hero. I think they might adjust depending on what Burmese schools will pick up here for their last two picks.
Yeah, there's I'm wondering if RQ Hoshi even wants to ban out the Valentina. They might not go that route. And just let it slip through, because I could see also if it is a Delar Paquito, right, and then you take the Valentina for Burmese Ghouls, you actually can take the Ruby Ultimate that I'm offended and use it. We've seen that happen before, but obviously too, just having the Nana available to you, having that Melina Blitz is also quite devastating when you have a Guinevere there. And like you mentioned already, Paquito, one of the great things about it is you put the pressure of getting that passive from Nana down really quickly, because it's like, couple hits and that's the thing about her, right? She's kind of squishy. So they don't go that route. They do take out the Grok, which was, again, in this lineup that they have, very similar, being built up to what they did yesterday. Grok was one of the components to this lineup for Burmese Ghouls. And so they decide to take that out. and leave that Valentina open for now. And Burmese Ghouls is up to their last ban, so we'll see how that falls into place. But, you know, I'm sitting here thinking for RQ Hoshi, based on the fact that they just have this Ruby, how do they want to build up the XP lane, you know, specifically? Because if it is a Paquito across from them, Arlot's going to be taken out. I was going to say Arlot, or even maybe they go with a Lapu Lapu if they want to have some more setup potential and pair up with the Ruby here. But now that the second phase of the bans are done, we'll see where this kind of falls into place here for RQ.
Yeah, I'm looking at the draft here of both sides so far. They've already taken away all of the options here. Even got all sides covered by taking out the Grok, like just kind of anticipating that might be another thing that the Burmese Ghouls might pull off here in this match point for RRQ. I like how they have the burst here for RRQ Hoshi. Burmese Ghouls has that in the form of the Guinevere here. I'm still thinking, what else do we have here? Sometimes these drafts can get pretty confusing because you still don't know who's gonna go where. But now RRQ Hoshi, they lock in this Fredrin here, which is actually a very good front line for these burst damage dealers. I think this might be I'm thinking like this might be a Brusco hero. Like this would be so good up against like Burmese Ghouls' lineup. Like having that Ruby just roam all around the map can be really, really hard for heroes like the Guinevere and the Paquito here. Still not confirmed where it's going to be going. I like the Valentina choice here. Could be a great pickup. But and again, there's so many good ultimates here from the side of RRQ, which kind of gets you thinking, which one did you pick up, right? Is it going to be the Molina Blitz of the Nana? Is it the I Am Offended? Or is it even the Blazing Duet here of the Claude? I think the Valentina would still be good here.
How do you feel about Aurora? Is this a place
kind of hard though to go up against the Fredrin though. Yeah, I think I prefer the Valentina. Okay. I prefer the Valentina. I mean, the Aurora is great though, but it can't burst down the tanky front line here of RQ. So I like this coming out from Burmese Ghouls. It's kind of going back to what they're known for, and here it is. So is this a... Oh, okay. So it is going to be... Yeah, it's going to be a Roam Guinevere here. And then that's going to be a Baksha in the jungle.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when that was locked in the first time, like, there was the flex available, right? And they kind of left that open because the Grok was taken out. So they kind of adjust from there. They pick up the Baksha, you know, just assuming, you know, we might as well fight utility for utility in the jungle and kind of try to win some of those objective fights, those dances. The Minotaur is going to be locked in once again. This is very tanky for RQ Hoshi, right?
Yeah.
And they could find themselves in a position that Burmese Ghouls was in the previous game, right? Where, again, you're really waiting for this Claude to scale up, get the items that he needs. But that's where I feel like Nana shines, right? I mean, that's why she's picked up so much, because the early damage potential is very threatening. So the fact that you have a Valentina now is actually going to put you up to par with that, not to mention just having Terrify in her kit as well, kind of helping around the kind of early skirmishes that will happen here. And you have to respect her damage as well. So this is a lot better. Like, I like the Valentina a lot better than the Faramis. I know Faramis, you know, some people will be like, oh, you can build them in a certain way, pick up a certain emblem, and you could have great damage on a Faramis. Yeah, you could, but, you know, this I like this better because it also goes back to what they did yesterday in one of their quickest games, 12 minutes. And just like we saw in the previous game, it was a very quick game from RQ Hoshi. So I feel like the pieces here to this puzzle for the Burmese Ghouls is exactly what they need. So jumping into the game at Land of Dawn, game number 2 here. We're still on your screens. There it is.
I was going to say, we are going to be jumping in too.
So game 2 already. Early action as well. But yeah, anything standing out of the ordinary here for you, Kim?
Well, in the emblems, nothing too out of the ordinary here, I would say. The spells, though, you got the Purify from the Brutal. Again, that's going to be crucial, too, especially since RQ has all of these setups, right? You got the Minoan's Rage from... Minoan's Fury, rather, from Brusco. You also got Bananas, I Am Offended. Not to mention the Blazing Duet, too, from the Claude. It's not going to be easy for Stitch, though, but I think if they go the route here of being aggressive early on, which is kind of what they're doing right now here up against RQ Hoshi.
Oh, yeah, already. Saksa going to take some damage, but again, these are, you know, very tanky heroes that don't have a ton of damage right now, so no one going to go down. Still a lot of CC potential, though. Brusco should be fine as well. And one thing that's great about the Minotaur, especially later on when he kind of rushes that Flask of the Oasis, it is tough to deal with, but hold on. Brusco could be the one in trouble as he's going to go down to first blood. Now Arad in trouble as well. 2 kills now for Burmese Ghouls. Exactly what they need here in game 2, Kim.
Yeah, level 4-2 going to be attained here by the Valentina in just a bit. I like how they picked this up too compared to the Aurora that you kind of mentioned, which is also still good. But the Valentina can scale up really well, care of her passive, right? Like she can scale up to level 4 right before a major objective like the Turtle, which is really good, right? You need all of these great ultimates to pick up. Right now, it's all up to Nico whether you want to pick up that Minotaur's ultimate or whether even if you want to go for Octa's ultimate here would be great. Burmese School started out real strong. Now they're looking to take in this first Turtle game, and so far RRQ after that those first 2 pickoffs, actually, they're kind of having a hard time here.
They knew he was there. Brusco once again going to be the focus. They forget the Turtle for now. They want to get the kills here. The pull comes through. Irad could be in trouble, but look at the response. Now Blink has to get out of there. He's the one to fall from Octa. Now still going to be fighting it out for more. Irad the one to fall, still bloodied here. 1 HP. Banana trying to get away, but it's Nico that falls. It's a double for Saksa. But RQ gets on the board. But now they still might try to stop Burmese Ghouls from getting this Turtle if they can. Brusco not having that level 4 just yet. Take a look at the replay. They might be able to just get that Turtle. Keep an eye on that. It looks like they do, but this was a great play here from both teams. I mean, a lot of response back and forth, but yeah, the Turtle is taken here by Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, I like the clap back there of RRQ. They kind of like, okay, you know what? Burmese Schools is going full aggressive. They actually went in for the full aggression too. Brusco actually flickered out there. What's really hard here too for the side of Burmese Schools is like the tanky front line. Like we're starting to see the damage coming out from the Nana, which we'll see even more later on. Like 2 kills already for Octa here, which is kind of something that Burmese Schools have to watch out for, especially in these clashes. Even here on the top side, we have to check the laning phase here of Stitch and Skylar, and so far Skylar has been doing well up against this Bruno as compared to earlier. Like a lot of poke here coming out from both of our marksmen.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here though. I saw Saksa rolling in. Still hungry for it though. They should be able to protect him. Good rotation and response from RQ right now. Also the fact that I don't know if they still want to put the pressure here, but like you mentioned, Octa having those 2 kills early on will help him scale up pretty well. He does just have that magic penetration for currently the arcane boots, but he'll still be working around building up. And it looks like Burmese Ghoul still wants to put the pressure here in the top side. Irad gonna spot Blink out, trying to get a little bit of extra gold here for Stitch, but ultimately resulting in nothing for now.
Yeah, you see how Burmese Schools also position themselves over on the top side, right? Kind of anticipating that RQ Hoshi might actually create some pressure here up against Stitch. As long as he's fine, right? As long as he's able to get in his first 2 items, that should be good. Which is actually pretty much what the Burmese Schools has been doing so far here. 4 minutes in, they've been taking all of the turtles, and not to mention, like I want to point out that Saksa has been getting all of the kills too, which is really good for a Baksha here in the early game. If you think about it, it's not easy, right? To have this Baksha. You got the Nana. You got all of these frontliners. You got the taunt from the Fredrin, so it's not gonna be easy to go up against them. But for Burmese Schools, as long as they can keep this up against RRQ, have this early take-ons onto the turtles, winning in all of these clashes, they should be okay. You see Nico actually popping in.
Wow.
With the Nana, but it's gonna be Irad actually stealing it away.
Yeah, and Delar still wants more though. He's the one to flicker in. Now has to continue the fight. Nico jumps in as well, trying to find him back, but on the run, Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Octa flickers in. Delar somehow still alive, but Banana goes in and gets the kill. Still gonna be looking for more. They find Blink as well. RRQ able to find 2 kills when really, I mean, Burmese Ghouls, they didn't have to go for that.
Yeah, for the side of Burmese Schools, I think RQ Hoshi knew that they're going to be aggressive. They kind of answered out to their aggression. Stitch in trouble here? Man, it's not easy. You got all these 3 heroes to add up to the burst that they have. And now, RQ Hoshi right now, a little bit aggressive, going to the jungle side of the Burmese Schools.
Yeah. Okay, Nico not going to be able to connect on his own I'm offended, but Brusco now taking the brunt of the damage. Still, will he be able to get away? He doesn't as Blink gets the kill. So still a lot of back and forth here from both teams. Kim, economically though, it's pretty much even with all the action here, and now it's the 5-5 even across the board.
Yeah, if the economy is kind of equal, what you kind of take a look at is, do they have the map control? How's their gold laner doing? And so far for RRQ, this is what they did in the last game, right? Getting in that map control is so vital for them, even though they didn't really win those early game trades up against Burmese schools. They managed to be able to take in the space. And mind you, this is a Claude you're talking about. Blink, gonna try to go in for banana here.
Oh, he's actually okay. He is not going to be able to get away. Great setup once again. Spatial migration into the Requiem. Able to get a kill now on the bottom side. They're going to focus here. Putting the pressure still. Like you were mentioning, you know, you have to look at who has this kind of advantage, right? And space-wise, yeah, it's RRQ. They've got 2 turrets. Burmese ghouls, though, they don't care right now. And they're going to be making their way to this next objective, the turtle. If they can secure this one, it'll help them just a little bit deal with this. But right now, look at this. RQ doesn't want to go ahead and just give this away. They want to fight for it and get this positioning. Burmese ghouls getting the first turret of the game for themselves here on the top side with Delar doing the work. But nothing committing just yet. They're going to back off. Soxa going in with the rest of the team. Nico has the guy offended himself. Goes in right for Brusco. Brusco waiting for the team to come in. Delar goes in. 1-2 punch. Gets the kill. And Brusco out of the picture here. Now down a member. Burmese ghouls for the taking for this turtle. Unless RQ Hoshi can do something.
Yeah, like what Delar did there too, is actually going to recall back to the base after taking in that turret, and joining in the side of Burmese schools here kind of adds up to the burst damage that they had. Not only do they get it in the form of like Blink here with the Guinevere, but with Delar actually joining in the fights, it's actually pretty good here for Burmese schools. But Delar also understands that he kind of needs to take back the space that RQ Hoshi has been taking, and so far he's doing in the split push pretty much what the Burmese schools has been doing even in the group stage. Here comes the last turtle though.
Blink could be in trouble here. Skylar going in with Blazing Duet, gonna force him back. Irad able to get the turtle though off of it. So they're happy with it. Delar able to get the next turret down to the bottom side. So trade at cross-map objectives for now. Was that worth it? Is that the good call for Burmese ghouls here, Kim?
I think it's a point that Burmese schools kind of understands that RQ Hoshi, yeah, okay, they've been taking in, they've been winning in all of these team fights so far. So Delar, I like what he's doing, and this was what he has been doing even in the group stage, right? Creating the space for Burmese schools, and you really need this, especially in the current meta that everybody really loves to go for team fights, and sometimes you don't even notice it. You don't really have that space in the map. It's gonna be harder to go for those team fights, especially like once these turrets are down, you kind of have to send someone back in, so it's going to be like -1 when it comes to the team fight. So not only do you have to join in the team fights, you have to get the map control too here for the side of Burmese schools, which is what Delar has been doing so far here for the side of Burmese schools.
Yep, and with that, right, this the main thing is building up enough time for this thing for Skylar here. Now, once again in the mid lane, they want to go ahead and duke it out. Brusco taking a ton of damage, goes in with a jump, gets them a no Fury as well, but look at the backside. Nico's going to be the one to fall, and now Irad holding Stitch back. Blink trying to help him out. Skylar now joining the fight. Appraiser's Wrath going to come down. It's Stitch that falls there in the jungle. So RRQ clapping back, looking for Delar. He's on the run. Into the jungle he goes. Banana going to stick to him, cancels him out from the dash, and still going. Might even get the kill there in the solo, but also looking at the replay here, look at how this unfolded. Not sure he's actually still in the chase there, by the way, on the live cam, but what a setup and what a play here from RQ. Oh, they're gonna get him.
Burmese schools.
It looks like they're getting him.
Oh, yep.
Delar, you tried.
There it goes. Yep. Well, he was successful though. He was able to take down that second-tier tower there on the bottom side. And if you look at the goal too, like it seems like RQ Hoshi is managing pretty well up against the Burmese schools here, but it's not that far of a gold lead. It's 1,000, yeah, 1,000 gold lead at least here for the side of RRQ. If they manage to take this Lord, this should be at least a little bit more space for them to take in at least all of the second-tier towers here for Burmese schools. Again, the space for their side, and not to mention, like if you look at Skylar's stats, 203 on this Claude, you saw in that last replay that he was already shredding apart all these tanky front lines that the Burmese schools had with just one Blazing Duet.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, this is where you want to be. 11 minutes in, you're quite beefy. on this Claude here for Skylar. And it's showing, right? A lot of the times, even if Brusco was out there, you know, some people might be like, oh, Brusco, what are you doing? But a lot of the times he's actually able to be a nuisance so much on this Minotaur that he's able to get a lot of resources out, and then Skylar able to shine later on with the setups. And of course, that's just how it's been so far. But now that they're playing around this Lord here, you can see Delar still putting the pressure on the top side.
Yep.
He picks up the Malefic Roar. He's going to go ahead and try to get that, but there's the tier 2 going down in the mid lane. Irad keeping Saksa there at bay. They might want to respond to this. If he still gets to that base, it looks like Skylar is going to go back. Lord is going to get worked on, though, but not the mid turret in the base, half health. Now Delar might be making his way to cut them off here. Conceal play going to be used as well, but it gets spotted out for now. They don't commit. So again, Delar is just trying to find what he can here, Kim.
Now it seems like this was the same case. Like this Paquito seems to be a staple choice here for the Burmese schools, not only for Delar. There was also a time in the group stage that this was the thing that Nico has been doing. And taking a look at the items here so far, it is going to be, wow, Skylar at least leading in terms of a gold lead here right now. 9,700, nearing already 10,000. That is way far from what Stitch has. 1-2-0 on the Bruno. He's already gotten that Wind of Nature too, just in case he gets picked off here or gets into like a head-to-head here with Delar. Having that Wind of Nature is going to be crucial in the team fights.
It's going to be clutch, right? That's what that's going to be. And like I said, when Claude gets to this point, you have these 4 specific items locked in. It's really tough to deal with because you also got to catch him, right? The way that he's going to use that BMI to kind of get out of some of these situations. Octa picking up a Divine Glaive as well. Minoran Fury with the Flicker combination goes through. Look at them getting whittled down. Sox could be in trouble. There's the knock-up, though, and he's able to get her out with the BMI. Now Sox are the one to fall into the jungle. Delar trying to get the punches off here, but he's got to respect the damage. I'm offended, not going to connect. And they might still just pull it back. Still 30 seconds away from this Lord, but RQ finds a kill.
Yeah, the swing of the gold too from 38K for the side of RQ. Then it swooped all the way up to like a 4,000 gold lead right now, just with that one shutdown onto Saksa, which is exactly why RQ was willing to commit that clash. Like Saksa was right in the middle, Skylar having that insane amount of burst, plus Octa too. So it's not going to be easy for a boxer to just roll in when you have the Molina onto him. Actually, if you take a look at the replay, you might actually catch it. He gets in that Minoan sphere from Brusco, and at the same time, it really set things up here for both Octa and Skylar to just free hit him. Now, it's going to be the first enhanced Lord of the game. 14 minutes in, RQ Hoshi going to be starting it up.
Let's see, Burmese Ghouls, do they actually want to try to pull something off? Saksa could come down to it. Nico holding on to that Ruby Ultimate once again. RQ knows what's up. Delar also positioning here. They're going to have to go for it. Praiser's Wrath going to come down. Irad able to secure it, though. Gets the Lord. And now Sox left to his own. Will fall into the river. Now Blink in trouble. Gets I'm Offended combination here. Flickers on out. Delar couldn't do anything but watch. And Soxa's the one to fall. RQ ready to make the power play.
I like the attempt there of Saksa to try and steal in with the Lord. Roll in and click that Retribution. But I think Burmese Schools kind of was trying to go for maybe possibly a split push. Like if you look at that particular moment when Saksa was going to try to go in, like you see Delar and Stitch going to try to make a move on that mid lane, but it's a little bit too late now because Enhanced Lord for the side of RRQ, they can take all of the inhibitors here. They don't have a good amount of burst to take down the front line.
Yeah.
But here comes Irad.
Irad gonna get... He's going to get pulled. He has the immortality, but there's the Minion Fury going to be jumped in. Look at the damage, though, coming out from Skylar. Able to get the kill on Saksa. Brusco is the one to fall from Delar, though, so it's a 1-for-1 for now. Can they hold it together? Blink going to be able to jump in. Takes quite a bit of damage himself. The flicker comes through, and he's keeping him at bay. Lord finally going to go down. Nico has to run out of there, buy some time, some space, but he ultimately dies. And they hold on to a sliver of health on this turret for a little bit longer. Delar trying to keep the minion at bay. Banana jumps in, finds the connection, but look at the damage from Delar. The 1-2 punch isn't enough to get the kill, though. And now RQ looking to end the game, looking to end the series here. Can they do it? 3 down for Burmese Ghouls. It looks like they're going to take the disciplined route here, Kim, and back off for now.
Yeah, if they overcommit there, they could have been punished there by Stitch, who also has almost all the items that a marksman needs, right, in the late game. And by this time, like 16 minutes in mid to late game, everybody has what they need to be able to go up against your opponents. But what RRQ Hoshi has here, as compared to Burmese Schools, is the burst damage. You've seen it in the Nana. That was like 2 hits onto Saksa.
Yeah.
He also has the Athena's shield there. So even Dao wasn't able to counter it out. And not to mention, I just noticed his emblem here right now, that additional burn that you get when you pop in your skills from that emblem from Okta. So kind of really hard for the tanky frontline here of Burmese Schools. They're going to have to rely on Stitch here and even Blink. Then again, same case from what they had in game number 1. Great solid front line, but no one to kind of answer out to the back line here of RRQ Hoshi, because Dilar's busy pushing, right? Dilar's busy pushing. There's no one to take down the Nana, no one to take down Skylar, who is also very mobile here as a Claude.
When you're looking at RRQ Hoshi here, Skylar 3-0 and 7, Octa 4-0 and 8, it's tough to deal with, like that kind of damage, because it's kind of like, even if you try to get them down, you have to work through the passive, you have to work through a BMI and a Wind of Nature. Like there's so many things to fall through, not to mention get through that front line, right? The front line, not to mention the peels available with a Ruby or even a Fredrin, right? So this is going to be a Lord, most likely going to the hands of RQ once again, unless Burmese Ghouls can do something about it. But even Saksa just trying to get some of this vision.
Yeah.
Blink waiting patiently as well. Still, Lord, less than half health here. They might try to make it a miracle play if they can pull it off. Stitch positioning here is going to be crucial as they approach this. But right now, RQ, yeah, Delar taking a ton of damage. He's kind of out of the picture, so now the numbers in the advantage for RQ, and that's going to be Lord going in their hands. There's nothing Burmese Ghouls could do with that, considering the fact that Delar had to go back to heal up.
Yeah, the presence of mind, too, of like Octa and Skylar, to think that they had their eyes on the Lord. And they were also keeping Dilar in check, right? He was trying to go for the mid tower, and RQ Hoshi knows that. They have all the space that they get, so if they actually took Dilar down there, that wouldn't have been a big thing. But for RQ Hoshi, right, they've gotten everything secured. They got all these beefy front line to kind of contain that Lord pit. And you see how Skylar was chunking it out real fast, too. So at this point, everybody has everything that they got, to the point that Irad's already chunking up all of the damage. Gets tugged in, though.
Wow. Irad already taking a ton of damage. Immortality going to be popped. Blink as well. Still has his. Can they pull it off? Look at the damage. Delar going to be taken out really quickly. Skylar on the backside still going. Lord's still going to be up here. They want all the kills before they end the game. It's a triple for Skylar, and they take the series in a sweep, sending Burmese Ghouls out of the tournament.
To think that we thought that Burmese Schools going back to their identity, it did work out for them. Actually, it did. They took back the space early to mid game, but unfortunately for the side of RQ Hoshi, the damage when it came to the late game. 2 bursts coming out from the Molina Blitz, and at the same time they had to deal with the Blazing Duet. And mind you, they haven't shut down Skylar or Octa that entire game, so that already sends their gold lead all the way up. Without the shutdown gold, without the items, it was really hard for the side of Burmese Schools to bounce back.
I mean, even taking a look at the highlights here, like you said, Kim, there was some moments, once again, from Burmese Ghouls that looked pretty good, but every single time, I mean, this, as we jumped into this highlights, like we're already minutes into the game, and RQ Hoshi just had an answer for so much of this game. And really, again, this is really pointing out why Nana's so strong in this current meta. I mean, it was impossible for anybody to get to Octa. And then that was the kind of thing that we were talking about. You know, Delar was really trying to put pressure around the map. Yeah, he was able to get some turrets and actually get some space to work with. But even with that case, like, there was no opportunity really for Burmese Ghouls to punish, because the lineup that they had to work against, you know, and great setups here. A lot of the times, Brusco doing what he has to do on this Minotaur pick.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one that's soaking up all the damage. I mean, he's the first one taken out. Like, if some people would argue, actually, what is Brusco doing there? He's actually the one making Burmese Schools actually waste their resources on him. If not him, it's actually Irad, to the point that I actually thought that Irad was the XP lane here, the one zoning away the side of Burmese Schools. And by the time like Skylar and Octa already had all their items, all they needed to do was make sure that they had the prime position at the back. And you see that, like, you see there were times that Dilar actually tried to go for Octa, right? But he had to deal with the passive too of the Nana. Like, oh, wait, no, I can't take it down yet. It still has that passive. And it's really what makes it difficult here for Burmese schools too. The damage dealers of RRQ Hoshi were so hard to catch. Like, Skylar, you could just BMI out. Octa here has that passive, plus the tanky front line here for RRQ Hoshi. That was also a big factor here why Burmese schools couldn't really answer it out here up against the side of RQ Hoshi once it reached the late game.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, again, looking at the lineup that they had, Burmese schools, it looked like they could have, pulled through, getting them to game 3, but at one point in the game, it just got so far out of hand for them that it was tough to deal with because space-wise and everything else, it's just tough to deal with. And then you have Skylar here on this performance with the Claude just on point. He got time to farm up because of the fact that you have this Nana able to provide such a threatening presence in the damage department early on. And a lot of it, like I said, and you mentioned this as well, Kim, like, you have Brusco doing what he has to do, on this Minotaur. And sometimes, like, he's going down. Like, that's his job, right? So people are like, well, Brusco, what are you doing? Well, that's his job. And it was paired up really well, allowing Octa to not die, to stay in the position he had to, and buy time. Again, that 11-minute mark in this game was where Skylar, like, pulled through. He had 4 items. He was able to unleash. He was able to do everything he needed to on this Claude. And so, again, it was just really well orchestrated from RRQ Hoshi and taking this series in a sweep.
Yeah, for both Brusco and Irad, they kind of understood the assignment here. Okay, yes, we need to be the ones tanking up the front line. For the side of RRQ, what they had was like two setters here. Yeah, if Brusco was out, right? If Brusco was down, most of the time you've seen him in clashes, he's down. It was Banana also setting up the place here. But ultimately, I think what made it really hard here for Burmese schools is that no one really dealt with Octa and Skylar by the time it reached the mid-game. There were attempts here from Dilar, but again, it was not easy, right? Like, you've seen the items of Skylar. You got the immortality, you got the BMI to kind of get you out of those sticky situations, plus the Nana. Again, the passive, everybody knows that it is really hard once that is up. It has that second life when it comes to those clashes. So no shutdown gold, insane amount of burst damage from RQ Hoshi. All around, I'd say like Burmese schools, a huge really proud of the side of Burmese schools here. I mean, they did pretty well up against the side of RQ Hoshi from the start. Yeah. But then again, once the lineup here of the side of RQ Hoshi scaled up pretty well, it was kind of hard for Burmese schools to kind of think about, okay, should we take back the space or should we kind of deal with the damage dealers right now? Because so far there's a lot of things to do, and Burmese schools, they didn't really have that much time in their hands.
Yeah, they again, they got to be proud of it. They got to the final 8 for all these teams and everything else. They were able to get to this point, and really, it's just kind of like, how do you deal with this? We're seeing a video here, so okay, we got a glimpse of it. I don't think we're going there just yet, but what I was saying is, Burmese schools, they get to this point in the tournament. They had some amazing games throughout, and I would say they just take a lot of what they learned here and kind of take that as a lesson as they proceed for the rest of the year. There's a ton of MLBB action like this year, and we're just getting started, right? So just great job, great performance from them, but ultimately that's the nature of competition. Burger Kim, like, someone's got to go home, eventually. And now that we are just waiting to see exactly what happens for the rest of today. Of course, our next matchup is going to be in a little bit, and that's going to be AP Brennan Homeboys. I'm sure people are, really excited about that. So again, that was the first series that we had here between RQ Hoshi and Burmese Ghouls, ending in a sweep. I was hoping for the 3-game series, but unfortunately that didn't happen. RQ Hoshi looking strong as ever. Burger Kim, we are going to be showing a short video for you guys. Gives us a little time to kind of reset here before our second series. So you guys go ahead and take a look at this video.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that very short break here in that video. Kim, we just witnessed the first series of the day, of course. Like we said, it was RQ Hoshi sending home Burmese Ghouls out of the tournament in a sweep. And now ahead of us, you know, we have the next matchup that I know a lot of people have been waiting to see unfold here, and that is going to be AP Brennan Homeboys. So, Burger Kim, now that we've had a couple of minutes here to reset, how we feeling?
I had a very quick break actually, and then dashed back in. I was like, oh no, is it time? Yeah, it's nice you're gonna do this solo. Yeah, actually got back here in time. Just you saw me adjusting my microphone, but just in time to see this rematch actually from the side of AP Brennan Homeboys.
Did you cast that?
A rematch from? Yeah, I did. Like
yeah, you did. You did.
Stage. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I cast that one. It was a 2-0 for 2-0 in favor of AP Brennan actually.
What can we say about AP Brand? You know, it's just, I feel
much
like a lot of people, much has been said about the squad of AP Brand. And, you know, I have to say, as someone who has watched a lot of their world tour in a way, they are a team that just, you know, how they play in game, it's very apparent that their synergy is the same outside of the game. And I feel like that's one of the things that makes them a very strong team. And I want to say, like, a lot of the teams are probably like that, you know, to a degree. That's what they work for. That's what the coaching staff and everyone really tries to build that environment for these players. But it's very apparent play style of AP Brennan, I feel like. So for Homeboys specifically, it's like, you know, for Homeboys, based off even what we saw yesterday, you know, sweeping Deus Volt, by the way, a team that surprised everybody in M5 even. That says a lot, you know, for Homeboys. So it's like they are in a way, I know it's been a day, but like they're on fire. You know, they're feeling pretty good about what they did yesterday against Deus Volt. And they did it in, I think if I remember, it was not super quick games, but I think there was one a little bit longer, closer to the 20-minute mark, and then one that was under the 15-minute mark. And for Homeboys, what I really liked is what they did in their second game yesterday, where they pulled out this lineup that is not a lineup that you see all the time. I know it's popped up similarly in other games, you know, but it's a very magic damage heavy lineup, and I believe the picks were they had Harith in the gold lane, they had an Aurora in the mid lane, they had the Guinevere, and that interaction alone between the Harith and the Aurora worked out really, really well, because you build into an interaction between having Harith with the Starlium Scythe, you know, the damage and how his kit works, and then of course you have Aurora. I think one of the first items from there was like a Genius Wand or something. So like when they clash in these fights, the magic damage was so overloaded and it was tough to deal with. And it was a very quick game, against Deus Fulton. They had a hard time dealing with it, and then they threw in a vendetta. And it's like, then it's just like chaos everywhere around the map. Yeah, it's tough to deal with, right? So I like the fact that Homeboys, and the reason why I'm pulling this up and saying this is I like that Homeboys is not afraid to go outside of the box, because that's exactly what they have to do against a team that is AP Bren. This is a team that loves to go outside of the box and do weird things if they want to. This is back even when you talk about flexibility, where it's like, yeah, we don't care. We'll put Frederick in the mid lane, and I know we've seen something along those lines, like throughout the games of the future so far. So I feel like, if anything, Homeboys has to go outside of that box more against a team like AP Bren. And if they want to get to that 3-game series or possibly send AP Bren home.
Yeah, definitely. I think for the side of Homeboys here is that picking up these heroes kind of can surprise your opponent, right? And for somebody who has been in the scene for quite some time, even in last year, right? Like, you've seen a lot of odds about AP Bren. They're everywhere. They got like the SEA Games, just to mention a few, the MPL, and of course the M5 World Championship. So there is a lot of things that you can actually see in their VODs, what they're comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with, what do they prioritize banning out. And for the side of AP Bren, they're also very, very I would say they research a lot about their opponents too. So it kind of seems like they're also very calculated too when it comes to their drafting phase. Not really a lot of time to go out of the box, knowing that it's going to be Coach Trev here. I actually had a really good conversation with Coach Trev. I learned a lot of things about him, off
Tell us about
he's
him.
actually,
we have plenty of time.
He's super. He's a very serious person, and he takes he's very competitive. Like, he's been to different tournaments for different titles. So he's like, okay, yeah, I want to come in a tournament prepared. I know I haven't released this content yet, but yeah, that's what he told me.
Oh,
basically.
so this is
he wants to come in,
unreleased.
I haven't released this. Yeah, unreleased content. So yeah, maybe you guys want to check it out eventually. But yeah, he likes to come in prepared. So sometimes if you prepare so hard for something, and once it reaches a point, okay, Homeboys brings something out, Fredrin, okay, he might think, okay, this might go to jungle or XP, but man, you rock it in the mid lane, that kind of throws you off, right, for everything that you've prepared. And that's something that definitely, I do agree with you, that Homeboys definitely needs to do that. It might be off meta picks, it might be something that you don't really see that often, but if it throws your opponents off, right, that's something really big.
I think that's I know, because you mentioned the rematch that this is and everything else, and I think really when you get to playoffs, that's kind of what you expect some of these masterminds behind the players to come up with. It's like, what have they been preparing? What have they been doing with the homework? Because even a video, I think it was a video that we showed, either it was a video that was showed yesterday or it was on the social media from Games of the Future, where there's little snippets of the teams and them preparing and stuff. And we know that, that all these teams really do take that time before their matches to study their opponents playing in their games before them. So obviously AP Bren saw what Homeboys did yesterday, and they're like, yeah, we can respect that and kind of approach that. And I think that's what makes this matchup so exciting with AP Bren and Homeboys, because it was, G the Ico was asking me yesterday, for that region specifically over in Malaysia, where Homeboys really over time, over the seasons, they surprised a lot of people in their improvements over the seasons, right? Because that was also a region that was, there's specific teams and players that were so dominant for so long, and then you have some of these guys, of course, Homeboys and everything, really rising up, and they have a huge also just support, social media wise, and the people involved in that organization. So it was really, and not to mention, I love the name Homeboys. It's just such a cool team name, by the way.
It just rolls off your tongue like that, Homeboys,
it
right?
Does,
it sounds
right?
like a team you can approach. I actually been to Malaysia, and I've actually casted the Homeboys game, but with a different roster, right? I want to look at the roster too of Homeboys here. They're playing with Nets and Udil here in this lineup. There were times in the start of the tournament where it was a little bit shaky, chemistry. This is the time to build it, right? I think this was the first series that they've ever had was up against AP Bren. So there were times that I'm not so sure what went on in the clash, or somebody shot called and it went differently. So maybe I think this time it's a bit more fleshed out since we're already like going to like the semis already of the tournament.
Yeah.
So I think so far what they've showed yesterday, I mean, definitely AP Bren, they're coming in this prepared, and I think they're gonna leave no stones unturned here for this particular matchup since it's gonna be a rematch, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because you brought it up already, and I guess this is a hot topic of discussion, and the fact that Homeboys, does have nets here, the impact-wise that he could have on this lineup, because like you said, it was a different roster, but you casted some of the games personally over in Malaysia, and I'm sure you've kept an eye on them. How do you think, like, is the play style still pretty much that Malaysian play style, and then it's Nets adapting to it, or is it the opposite way where like Nets brought something from the Philippines or his personal play style, and it just kind of fit into that style of the Homeboys and that Malaysian flavor, if you will? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think Nets pretty much fits to like the Malaysian flavor of what Homeboys has. Like the first time I went to Malaysia, and everybody there, like, for the casters, are like,
Their
don't be
food's so
surprised
good.
because, apart from their food, they were telling me, okay, don't be surprised if you see the clash, like it goes, like it keeps on going, right? Like sometimes if you see the clash, they are not. I wouldn't say they're not that disciplined, but it's more of like they want to go for these all-out clashes. And I think for Nets, he's that kind of gold laner that is not afraid to like first pick his hero. Like we've seen it several times, like even in the game of AP Bren and Homeboys, like they prioritize the Harriet when all of the other marksmen were still available. Like he's like, you know what? Let's not go for that. Let's go for my comfort pick Harriet, which actually did pretty well in some of the games. They just weren't able to close it out. I think it was all about like the map control that the opponent had, but eventually like what Nets actually brings to the table here is kind of like the Filipino playstyle, right? The discipline of like taking in the objectives, like to maybe retreat if the clash
You were
is
gonna
not
say
really
you were gonna
that
say
necessary.
backdoor.
Yeah.
You were gonna say it because that's what Nets is known for. He's known for that, right? Like, how many times? Like, I don't actually know the statistic for Nets, but how many times people have literally said nothing but Nets because he's like gone with that backdoor play and won multiple games, like in the league. So it's like, I agree with you. Like, that's something that he brings to this very specific play style from Homeboys. And it's funny because I even have, and it's great that you got to go over there, but I have the utmost respect for the casters over there for Malaysia, because man, sometimes you're wondering, how are they breathing? Like, some of the intensity that they have in their matches over there are just like, I mean, we have them too in the Philippines, don't get me wrong, but it's like, regions have their specific kind of like play styles and stuff, and let's be honest, Philippines is one of those regions that did master and really do well with the objective play style, and we are, at the same way, we have these crazy clashes and stuff like that, but man, in Malaysia, it's kind of on a different level, I feel like sometimes. So, but again, looking at the matchup here that we were waiting for, it's AP Bren and Homeboys. And it's in just a bit, we're going to be watching them. We'll walk out on stage, of course. And we know that they have, like, even AP Bren, as we take a look at the lineup here, getting ourselves familiar with them, a team that is well known around the world. It's Ogun, Kyle Teasy, Super Marco, Flap Teasy, and Few. These guys, man, not only do they just perform time and time again, but I feel like almost it seems like in their playstyle sometimes, like in the early game, they're very experimental, and then there's like this switch where they're like, all right, let's flip the switch on and we're going to just end the game in the way that we need to, because there was actually a game that they had earlier on before we got to the playoffs where it was a 30-minute game, and like they were struggling a little bit, and sometimes it looks like that, but then all of a sudden, boom, AP Bren, they're just like, all right, we know how to punish mistakes very, very well. So let's take a look at the Homeboys roster here, Kim.
Yeah, speaking of the Homeboys, right? Like all around clashes. Let's see if they'll do the exact same thing since they're talking about AP Bren, who can go for the punish. Homeboys, you guys know them, Sorn, Sapat, and Chibi, and of course with the addition of Udil here and Nets to their lineup, which they kind of had, I would say, a rocky start, but a pretty slow start for Homeboys here in the group stages. They got up against AP Bren, which is, they mentioned it's going to be a rematch here between these two teams. And now looking at what they have so far, what they've pulled off so far in the tournament, I can safely say they can kind of give AP Bren a run for their money, or maybe at least extend this to a 3-game series, like a 2-1. For this rematch between Homeboys and AP Bren. And not to mention that both of these teams are actually the respective champions in the respective regions. MPL Philippines for AP Bren, and of course MPL Malaysia for the side of Homeboys.
Yep. Good pointed out. Also taking a look at their picks here. Most picks, most bans, very similar to what we've seen, of course, throughout the tournament. And at the same time, you're probably not going to expect to see that Joy slip through, the Matilda, or anything like that. But both teams... well, I would say for the rest of the tournament, a lot of these teams will really be trying to prioritize the Guinevere, that Ruby pickup. Claude has been phenomenal so far. We know that AP Bren loves the Claude and likes to play around that style. And then, of course, for Homeboys, like I said, you can be a little more chaotic in the way that you approach these games if they want to opt for Assassins or not. And that's the thing is, like, again, when we're talking about what they have to do and it's outside of the box, while we wait to see exactly how they approach it, it's once again like what we saw yesterday, where it was I believe it was a Lancelot pick that was picked up by Chibi. I can't recall if it was game 1 or game 2, but he was able to pull it through against a utility jungler, right? And a lot of the times it was that timing that he has, and the way that he kind of works around that is what's tough to deal with for some teams. But when you're against AP Bren, it might take a little bit more, because that's what I was saying earlier. Like, the punishing factor is what I'm concerned about for Homeboys, right? Because I've seen it time and time again where it's always almost as very similar timing from each game. And it's like the timings have been mastered, of course, by AP Bren. That's exactly why they have the accolades they have from this previous year, especially because you're talking about that decisive maneuver they make before the first lord. Like, sometimes they give up the turtles because they know that when it comes down to it, we got to control that first lord and everything. But there's always usually a play that they make before that first lord. And I know other teams do this too, but AP Bren does this very specifically, and they usually pull it off. So that's what we have to kind of keep an eye on here for Homeboys. And that's why I think, again, going back to the strengths of the Homeboys, because we have to point that out. And because most people will say they might be the underdog here, right? Depending where you're from and everything. So it's like, you want to point out, how does Homeboys pull this through? And I think that's the main thing, is making sure that you kind of withstand those timings that have been mastered by AP Bren, and leading into that first lord specifically, because we've already seen this earlier, Kim. Like, we saw teams, we saw RQ Hoshi end the game after the first lord, and that can't happen here, right? With teams of that caliber, especially like AP Bren. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, for Homeboys too, like, I love how you pointed it out. Like, could be fast games here, or maybe it could actually stretch out really long. But looking at the side here of AP Bren, they do have that switch, like what you mentioned, right? Like, I've seen this in their game up against Homeboys. Actually, Homeboys did a pretty good job in the early game. They managed to actually pressure a lot of AP Bren's jungle camps, and eventually, it was a little bit harder for Kyle TZ to kind of get in his farm. But it was just that one game-changing clash. I think it was either by Flap TZ or Ogwen that kind of started up, and it just kind of shook things up there. And then Homeboys wasn't able to bounce back. So for Homeboys, either they kind of contain AP Bren. Like, even by the time that they reach that last turtle, or even the Lord, if they get AP Bren contained, or maybe not let them get that setup play, it should actually be good for them. But looking at the Homeboys right now, I mean, kind of hard to tell what they'll pull off here in this very first match. Knowing that this is going to be a rematch, it could actually go with, what they did yesterday. It did work out well for them as compared to what happened actually in the group stages.
Well, since we still have, some minutes here before they get prepped up and ready to walk out on stage, again, there's a live audience for the people watching online. There's a live audience out there participating, and of course they all have tickets and everything else. So they're following the schedule and everything. So we're theorizing so much here about this matchup because, you know, for us, I mean, me and Burger Kim specifically, like we've watched so much of AP Bren, you know, and kind of rise up here. So, and that's what I want to ask you, Kim. Like in terms of AP Bren themselves, like where's their weak point for you? Right, because I think a lot of people will kind of pick apart AP Bren's play style, their pickings, their drafts, and everything else. But I don't know if that's a lot of what people, you know, because people are so focused on why they're strong and why they're so dominant. So where is that opening, you know, in that armor that they have? Like, where is that weak point for this squad from AP Bren?
I'm not saying that anyone kind of like everybody pretty much has that vital role for the side of AP Bren, right? I'm thinking, should homeboys kind of go for that selective like kind of targeting, right? Like, do they just kind of limit out like Flap TZ, or do they limit out Ogwen here, or do they limit out Kyle TZ? Because everybody still has like a very, very important role here. But looking at like the meta currently, right? Like maybe it should focus around like Flap, TZ, or Owen. Not that I'm saying they're the ones who completely change the tides of the game, but they're heroes. It's what's working in the meta right now. So maybe they can kind of look into that, kind of make sure that they put that pressure on that XP and even in that roam position. Speaking of AP Bren, here we have it. It's going to be their lineup here. Starting it off with Ogwen, Marco. We've known all of these names ever since M5, right? These are familiar names. And even Kyle TZ, which I had the privilege of actually watching or casting his games even in the amateur scene all the way up to MPL. So I'm just really, really proud of this guy.
Yeah, they have grown so much as we see them walk out on stage, of course, in their jackets and all. Again, these guys have been enjoying their time out there. If you follow them, any of these players out on social media, you know that they've been really enjoying the visit right now. As they get prepped and ready here once again for this matchup to move on forward, they look like they're in high spirits. They're feeling good. You know, they've got some fans out there as well, of course. But going back to it, you know, that, and before Homeboys walks out here, that's the thing. I think, you know, you really kind of have to focus on the draft, but also draft-wise, you only have so many picks. You only have so many bans. You know, you kind of have to just pick what you're confident in. If you're Homeboys, as we see them get prepped and ready to walk out here, but knowing that there's probably a curveball coming from AP Bren in some form or another that could work out in their favor. You just have to play at top of your game, you know, for Homeboys. And it's for, you know, however long it's going to be, whether that's 11 minutes or 30 plus minutes, you've got to be able to have that mental fortitude to match AP Bren. And, you know, that's what I love about how they tie in. Even this, like even Games of the Future, the phygital is combining the physical with the digital, right? And I feel like AP Bren, that's one of their like core values, right? Because Coach Ducky was all about that. Like, you guys need to lift weights, be in the gym, because it makes you physically stronger. And there's a question and something that I've been asked before too. I believe the physical comes before the mental, because your mental gets stronger based on your physical, right? And depending on how you view that or not, like that's something that's happening here. And I love what Phygital kind of pairs in together, because it's that concept, right? It's that ideology. And AP Bren is a team where in these long extended games, when sometimes they might be down and out, they're able to keep that fortitude and pull it for the win, right? Again, even speaking about their last big tournament win was a 7-game series that went to like what, 2 in the morning almost, you know? I mean, like against
7 games straight.
7 games straight, you know, and that takes a certain level of mental fortitude when you've been playing in games for days and days and days. So, you know, that is still a very strong point here. And why I'm saying like AP Bren, they don't have many weaknesses. They obviously do. Every team has a weakness. And I think you just have to be comfortable enough in your team, in your skin, in your teammates, be able to pull something off confidently against a team of this caliber. Homeboys is definitely there. Like, they have the ingredients that they need. It's just, obviously, all of it starts in the draft, which will be upon us in, you know, very shortly here. And that's where we really see how things are going to unfold for them. I would love to see this Burger Kim where Homeboy game 1 pulls an unorthodox lineup out. that actually works for them and throws AP Bren off their feet, off balance for a little bit. Like I would love to see Homeboys do that. It's just I don't actually know like if they're willing to go that route here in this high stake matchup. Again, best of 3 single elimination.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard too. Like, pulling something off in a crucial matchup like this, like it's already eliminations. You're going to be out. It's no longer the group stages. But I think for Homeboys, they can still pretty much do that, right? Like for AP Bren, like I mentioned, they like coming in prepared. They like, they are pretty much prepared for any type of situation. Like even, going a little bit back to like the World Championships, there was like glimpses of like the behind the scenes on what went on, what Coach Ducky actually told the entire team during the match point in like the BO7, right? Like something like that doesn't even throw AP Bren off. So I think, trying to catch someone by surprise is just by picking up something super uncontemporary, which is something that I'm a huge fan of, because not only does it give you like a lot of talking points, right? There's so much possibilities for that kind of pick. Say, you pick something, what is off meta right now? Like something off meta, you pull it off and like, where's that gonna go, right? Like Homeboys actually did that even in the group stages where, okay, they got a Barrett's there, they got a Ruby there, they even got like a Paquito there. So I was like, okay, this is pretty much all set. Like the Barrett's is going to the jungle world. And then boom, they pick up like a Hellcurt for their final pick. And I'm like, wait, where are the rest of the heroes gonna go, right? Like, yeah, that's what we were talking about before we actually headed into the match. So that was really pretty interesting and very bold, I would say, coming out from the Homeboys, which is something I'm a huge fan of.
And that's what it's going to take, right? And we can only guess so much until we actually get to the draft here. But I think regardless, there's still a lot of room to bring some of these not newer picks, but like picks that we're not used to seeing, and now is the time to do it. And these final couple days left for Games of the Future, I think you're going to continue to see that, actually. I think by the time whatever 2 teams end up even in the grand final, you're probably going to see some form of a surprise or another, right? So with that being said, here we go. Jumping into Game 1 draft here. AP Bren and Homeboys. One of the teams have to go home, and it starts here in this best of 3. Game 1, AP Bren will have that priority, that first pick, what they're going to be going for. And I wouldn't be surprised unless it's banned out, Kim's. Guinevere is probably going to pop up, possibly for the first pick. We'll see if one of the teams actually want to go that route and just kind of ban some of these heroes that we've been seeing constantly picked up in the first phase.
Oh, wow. AP Bren most immediately takes away the Faramis.
Yeah.
I think this kind of goes to show that AP Bren might kind of go for that like massive chain CC type of composition, and the Faramis is kind of one sustaining in the clash, something that Udil has also picked up like even before. Matilda's still not going to be open here. I think that's one of the top banned, or let's say it's open. Actually, there was a time, it was open for AP Bren to take. That was also the matchup with Homeboys where, Owen got into this Matilda, was the MVP, not a single death, and he actually built the Matilda to be like a magic damage Matilda, like Holy Crystal, Blood Wings, that kind of light up. So that was pretty interesting coming out from their side, and it worked really well for them.
That's what I like to call the big damn Matilda, Like you just build it that way and it's got the damage. And it's a threat because actually the way her kit works, it has good poke potential, and then you build it that way, it gets scary. Right, so it's a good ban. I mean, obviously, even without that, like Matilda's constantly banned out just because of how strong she is. Nolan also being taken out of the picture here. We know that AP Bren loves that pick if they want to go that route. We'll see, though. Once again, even with this is still leaving some of those other heroes that are picked up often in the first phase. Joy is still open. That's still available. Of course, you still have the Rubies available. You still have Nana, of course, that has been in high contention for a lot of the different teams here. So even ban-wise, this is a little bit different. Like typically, Arlot, that's a surprise.
Yeah.
That they AP Bren's the one to just be like, you know what, take out Guinevere. So this first phase of the bans from AP Bren already is a little bit of a different pattern than what we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I was gonna actually point out, like, I was curious why AP Bren banned away that Arlot. Like, most of the time, even all the way back to the group stages, this is what they would prioritize, especially when they're on the blue side. So this kind of goes to show that AP brand kind of wants to bring out something different also this time. And as for Homeboys, there's a lot to take in here. I mean, yes, you're going to be the last one to ban out a hero, but also at the same that it can kind of like leave you out in the open of what do I ban out. I was actually thinking of the joy that AP brand could pick up. It's going to be taken out here, but if AP brand kind of wants to go the safer route, like they pick up a Ruby here, which is pretty much standard for everybody here in the tournament. Very safe pick, flexible. Guinevere's also out, so they can actually kind of start it up with that, but something that Few is also pretty comfortable with. A Vision is also pretty important. The pokes and the backline. They got the Novaria for themselves, which is actually pretty good since Homeboys' Udil actually loves to pick up this hero. So it's kind of like a deny away here from the side of AP brand, which means Homeboys can kind of go for, okay, so if they don't have the Novaria, like why not just get a hero that can copy it? Valentina, which is a rising pick, a solid pickup here so far. In the meta, knowing that there's a lot of good ultimates that really can be picked up here by the Valentina. They can also go for, I'm looking at what else is available here. CC is also available, but the Ruby is going to be locked in instead here by the side of the Homeboys.
Okay, if they do pick up the CC here, I think that could obviously work in their favor. But so far, the fact that you have the Novaria, Valentina, it's funny too because Valentina, like, so far, at least from other teams too, it's still not one of those like pickups that gets taken right away. But I like that Homeboys did it. They go with it here. The Ruby's paired up really well. I'm not sure though, like AP Bren, knowing that a Valentina's already locked in this early on, it's like, how do you want to play around this? What ultimates, do you want to give over to, to Homeboys?
You know why the Valentina is still pretty good right now? Even despite the fact that she was released back in November 2021, okay? And even up until now, come on, somebody give this girl a break. She's been staying on the ban list or the top pick list. It's all because of like, it really limits out what the opponent can bring out, right? Like once the Valentina is out, you kind of have to double think like, okay, I can't pick up these heroes that have really good ultimates. The Valentina can pick it up. But right now, if you give them like so much CC here or so much crowd control for the side of AP Bren, Udil might actually have a hard time picking up the ultimates. They lock in the Brody here and the Fredrin as well, which is something that KOTV is known for doing or known for picking up, even in the M5.
Yeah. And with that too, the fact that, the Novaria paired with the Brody, this is a very, again, all these picks at this point are kind of like signature picks so far. Nothing out of the box for AP Bren anyway right now, right? Like we've seen this so often, and at the same time, it's making me wonder, like even with the Brody being here, like already Brody, Novaria, what you're automatically thinking is, all right, range. These guys got range. We have to deal with that range. If we're Homeboys, like how are we approaching this range? Well, for them, it's like, well, we do have a Valentina, which depends on what ultimate we can take here. We've got a Ruby. So already our responsibility for the Ruby is like, we have to make the play. Like we have to be able to, if you're a Zorn, you have to be able to flicker in and get the I'm offended. The problem is, if you don't get it, it's going to be tough. You're going to be out of position. You're going to get punished. And so, even with that being said, you still have to round out this Ruby pick for Homeboys to allow yourself to do that. Now, the traditional matchup we see here in the gold lane as well, when there's a Brody across from you, is most likely teams like to opt for the Bruno. It's Bruno Brody, right? That is also just because it's a little bit safer. You just try to farm up, get those two items, have an impact because you're going to be fighting against Brody fighting from afar. And you have to also be safe enough to deal from the vision provided from Novaria, right? So we'll see exactly how that goes. We have a couple more bans left here, but you can see the focus as well on that XP lane, right? And depending on where that kind of unfolds, that's also going to be a big question. What do they park in the XP lane?
Yeah, they're taking away like I wouldn't say signature picks, but at this point, they're limiting out the XP lane, which is also very crucial in the early game, which you've seen a lot of the teams do. Like instead of going to their usual rotation in the gold lane, they kind of pressure out the XP lane. So you kind of need that solid or that stable type of XP lane that can sustain you up until it reaches the point that you can get to that level 4, help out in the turtle That's going to be the X board taken out here for Homeboys as their final ban. I think they're limiting out a Flap TZ here in terms of the hero pool. And for AP Bren, they could take away the Bruno here, or they could take away more XP laners. CC is also out here, so that means it's going to be more focused on the XP lane. And I like this ban coming out from the side of AP Bren too. This CC can really reach the back lines here. As you were talking about, that the Homeboy still needs someone to kind of disrupt like the Brody and the Navaria that has the range here for their side.
Okay, and with that, you know, concerning about range here, the Lapu Lapu being picked up, that's kind of what I was thinking is like what options would be available in the XP lane, considering there's so many that's been banned out, you know, for the most part. Lapu Lapu is probably one of the safer options you could kind of just go for Homeboy. So like with this lineup, this is not out of the box, as I was saying, but it, you know, in a way it's like you have to approach this ranged game that AP Bren is going to have with this, you know, and you kind of got to cover that base here for the most part, because playing against or playing out of the box and then against the fact that you're going to be getting spotted out with vision is troublesome. And then Phoveus is still like Phoveus. Signature pick for AP Bren. Nothing crazy, nothing new for AP Bren, right? Like this is something they like to do, and now they have a Minotaur. So there's a lot here that Homeboys kind of has to tackle. We'll see what this last pick's going to be. What, anything off the top of your head for that gold lane?
Oh man, like does the Nets kind of go for like the Harriet that can go like head to head with the Brody from the start, or maybe like go for like a safer choice like you know, the Brody that you've been mentioning earlier that is actually open here for their side to take, or maybe go for something completely different. The Claude I think is still open. That is actually pretty good here with the tanky picks, but there's a Phoveus here that they have to deal with. They're going to be locking in the Claude for the last pick here for the Homeboys, which I think is a direct answer to the tanky front line that the side of AP Bren has. But I'm just a little bit worried that there is going to be the demonic force here coming out from the side of AP Bren, which is not going to make it easy for the Claude.
Yeah, and that's I feel like the name of the game once again is like dealing with this pressure of range. And now that you have a Phoveus who's like the counter of that, like he's all in your face, you know what I mean? Like that's his job. So it's like, for Homeboys, I feel like the biggest issue they have to solve here in game one is like, how do we protect what we need to as we approach the game, but then dealing with getting in range, because it's already hard enough to catch a Navaria, you know what I mean? And when it's just kind of sieging down your lineup, especially when it comes to these objectives, where what I was saying, Kim, earlier, like we'll probably see this happen and unfold. Like pay attention to this, the timing that I've been talking about from AP Bren. I wouldn't expect it to change so much because they had it down to a T, and leading into that first Lord is probably going to be very crucial for them, even with this lineup. So, you know, with that being said, we're jumping in here into the Land of Dawn. Game number one in this second match of the day, AP Bren and Homeboys. Ogwyn, though, taking some damage already.
Yeah, this is classic moves from the side of Homeboys. What they do actually in the early game is make sure that they poke, let's say in the mid or even the gold, make sure that they poke them heavily so that they can go back and kind of recharge and reset before like objectives. And even Zorn here being super aggressive here up against AP Bren, which is something that they actually managed to do even in the group stages. And so far, we haven't seen any of these like any early game takedowns so far, but it's a matter of like pokes from both sides.
And you know, with that, I like the fact too that Homeboys dealing with the poke, if they want to, dealing with the range, they at least have a couple options to get out, right? Like the Purifies are there. Nets is definitely going to need it. He's going to have to kind of break some ankles here too, Kim. You know, like he's got to have the timing on the BMI on point, which, you know, again, he's done many times. He's obviously he's gone through the ropes here, right? Obviously in the Philippines, so nothing new for him. But for the rest of the team, they kind of got to give Nets enough time to build up to where he needs to be. So that leaves it up to Adil and the rest of the team, you know, to be able to scale up, to be able to hold the grounds down throughout this portion of the game. And now that this subjective is going to be up here, you're going to see it kind of unfold as both teams really try to get that level 4 available and work around this. But you can already see the positioning happening here. Kyle TZ will go ahead and start with the turtle, but it's spotted out, right? Chibi's just around the corner for here, so they're going to go ahead and go with this turtle dance first portion of this game.
Flapteasy already here. Oh, Deal got in that demonic force as well. It's going to be Flapteasy starting it up. Turtle already at 1/4 HP. It's going to be Chibi picking it up for the side of Homeboys. There's the Appraiser's Rat from KOTV. Sword going to be able to get out, but it still goes on. Flapteasy going to be able to pop in that demonic force and lock it out the first time. There's still not going to be any casualties just yet, but AP Bren, or rather the side of Homeboys, starting it off real strong by picking up that first turtle of the game.
Yeah, it's good they get that, right? I mean, at least they're able to pull through with that. No one goes down, so no first blood just yet. And, you know, you're going to have to kind of see these rotations happen now from Homeboys, because with a little bit of this, you know, it's like a baby step, honestly, at this point. But that's what I was saying. If they can secure the first turtles of the game, maybe even all three, that gives them this minor advantage where they really have to go toe-to-toe with AP Bren into that first Lord. And even with that, right now, look how aggressive they are on this side of the jungle of AP Bren.
Yeah, KOTV going to be soaking up the damage. Not going to go for the full commit. Look at Chibi here. He's actually 2 levels ahead of KOTV here. And this is exactly what you need to do, right? If you're a Martis, that is so good in the early game. And if you're talking about the light switch, this Martis also kind of has that light switch, right? Once it reaches mid to late game, it's already at par with everybody. It's fine. It does not have that kind of early game snowball, I'd say, once it reaches that mid to late game. So they have to watch out for that here to Homeboys, and they got to capitalize this early game that they have.
Yeah, we'll see how they play around that once again. 30 seconds away from this turtle. AP Bren, though, are they going to get caught out here?
KOTV forced to use a retribution, and that's going to be Sepat picking up the first blood. Here comes KOTV to the rescue, but he's taking a lot of damage. That's Chibi going to go in for that decimate and take him down. Homeboy starting it off real strong here. And this is what they have done up against AP Bren in the group stage. Just pressure out the XP lane. And if you notice it, like, they're just letting that gold lane side. Let's take a look at the instant replay here.
Yeah, so as it all unfolded, once again, you know, it's just the scaling that's been in favor right now of Homeboys. The fact, too, like you pointed it out, the Martis has been just farming up, doing well. And that's another turtle now taken as well. So the pace, the tone, it's Homeboys so far. And it's AP Bren finding themselves 3,000 gold behind. And this is quite, you know, not what people are used to seeing from AP Bren right now. It's Homeboys just kind of giving it to them. And so with that, if they can keep the gas going without getting too reckless, that's where Homeboys has to keep together. This is that play style we were talking about earlier, you know, from the Malaysian region, really kind of paying dividends here. And meanwhile, Nets has just been able to farm up. That's the best case scenario for him, you know? Have that gold lane experience. Hold on, they're going to go for it again.
Flapteasy is going to be starting up. There is going to be the demonic force, but he's taking up too much damage. KOTV and the rest of the gang forced to back away. Not going to go for more. And that's going to be AP Bren backing it away safe and sound. 3-0 right now. And so far, Homeboys are leading. Looking at the advantage too. Chibi is levels ahead here of against KOTV, who's just level 7. He's already level 10 here. Interesting choice of emblem too here, Naisu. I think this is one of the first few times I actually have seen this impure rage on a Martis. Usually, like, you'd go for a quantum charge. How is this different from the quantum charge here, Naisu?
I thought you were about to call me Kuya Naisu. But anyway, the impure rage for the Martis, you know, I think, like, either way, you can be very flexible with these emblems. And of course, I don't think we actually get a glimpse of, you know, the tier 1 and tier 2, what they're rolling with, but it works, right? And for the most part, it's a little bit of that extra damage. And then, of course, you can roll around with the scaling as well that comes with it. And it's kind of debatable. Some players, they like to go even with the assassin emblems. Like, some of them still go with that, you know, and they can work around it. But right now, whether it's quantum charge, whether it's this impure rage, he's making it work. And that's what counts for Chibi, because he's doing it against a very renowned jungler and team. So now third turtle's going to be up here. They're going to get in position for this one as they break through. Deal holding on to the demonic force himself.
That's something that we've seen. Classic moves gone out from Homeboys. I've seen this in the group stage where Flapteasy and Odile were kind of going at it. Turtle's going to be reset here. Odile taking a lot of the damage, though, coming out from few. Let's
Yep.
see.
So
I
it's gonna
think
go
they're
ahead.
just kind of... It's going to be Kaltizi. Okay, they're going to go for Zord here. Flickers out. Odil's going to be the first target here. Nice setup there coming out from the Minotaur. It's going to be Kaltizi picking up that turtle. They're still going to go for more here. Kaltizi's going to get taken down, but Chibi getting shut down there by Super Marco, who's kind of free hitting everyone, getting in that double kill. 2 kills for the gold laner of AP Bren.
Yeah, did I just say it, Burger Kim? You can't get too reckless. Pressing on the gas here, Homeboy was, but this is the punishment I'm talking about, right? Yes, they're still ahead. They're holding on to a lead. That's great. But they can't let that happen again. And the fact, too, that Super Marco got those 2 kills, and now he's got the 2 items he needs. He's got the Blade. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's going to be a threat. He's going to be kind of tough to deal with because right now, Few's still building up, right? He's not where he needs to be on the Novaria just yet. He's trying to scrap up a little bit more gold to get to the items that he needs. And also a DHS being picked up by Super Marco. So now he's got the 3. That was a huge kind of power spike in this last minute that he just went through. And this is what I'm talking about, where this usually happens in the case before that first Lord coming up. So in under a minute, it's going to be there. And Super Marco, if he is not taken care of, if he's not focused down, he's going to be a threat to the Homeboys. So they just got to keep it together right now. The lead they have, work around it, try to get some turrets if they can. But you can see this. That's exactly why Ogwin, for the most part, will just kind of plan himself around here from Super Marco. So Homeboys, they want to make a rotation down bot.
Ogwen here has the flicker. It's going to be Odil taking a lot of the damage. Torn apart memories. Is it enough? It's going to... As it takes out Odil from the backside, Sepat's still going to be going for it. Appraiser's Rat there being popped in by Kaltizi. Knock up from the backside. Sepat's going to get taken down, but Flaptizi still going to go for it. Demonic Force is still up as Chibi and the rest of the Homeboys are going to be running away from it. There's going to be Astral Echo too from Few. Everybody's real low, but they won't be committing for more as AP Bren going to be setting themselves up against this Lord. This should be a free Lord here for the side of AP Bren. Homeboys are chunked down to half.
Did I not say that before the first Lord? There is a play. There is a play that AP Bren does. And this time, it wasn't even on their will. It was Homeboys that tried to make the play in the bottom side. But Ogwin knew that that would probably happen with the pressure they were putting on that turret. They see it coming, and they fight. And Super Marco, like I said, he had the 3 items he needed. It didn't matter. Udil took a couple hits, got marked up, and then torn apart, right? Like, that's what happened, and now the first Lord is secured. I've been talking about this for months now, that AP Bren, this is their timing, this is what they like to do. And this has now garnered themselves to a point where it's even, economy-wise. But still, Super Marco is huge, and he just picked up a Wind of Nature. So that gets a little bit more dicey for Homeboys, because one, it's like, how do we get to him? And Few is also building up really well now at this point. Another turret's going to fall here. So huge space advantage now for AP Bren to work around with. Yes, it's only 1 turret against Homeboys, but the power play that they're having right now is huge in comparison to the past couple minutes.
Rose Gold Meteor has been picked up too here by Sepat. I'm thinking about what the Homeboys needs to do at this point exactly. Definitely the shutdown on Super Marco will be big. The shutdown goal is going to have to be there. But at the same time, like AP Bren has already taken back the space that Homeboys has been taken in for the first few games. And so far, like at this point, right, who are going to burst down? Flaptizi, Kaltizi, all these players already have items that they need. And at this point, like Super Marco can also sustain whatever Homeboys is going to be throwing out, since he already has the Wind of Nature, like what you pointed out. So it's either up to Nets, who has been quietly farming actually so far for the side of Homeboys, but hasn't been able to pop any of those Blazing Duets yet.
Well, I would say like Nets is still in a good position to have, you know, some impact here as we get in further into this game. And that is something that AP Bren knows very well. It's something that Super Marco himself, when he's on the claw, does. And you can see it. Nets is already putting the pressure there. And AP Bren is going to respond exactly to that, right? So this is something we're familiar with. It's almost like a game of cat and mouse. Like, they have to be able to answer the pressure on these side lanes. AP Bren, even with the minor lead that they have in space, they still have to manage it, right? Because it can quickly go in favor of Homeboys here if they're able to pull down some of this pressure. And that's why also you see Sapat putting himself there in the bottom lane, right? So the rest of this, it's kind of like Homeboys, they have to flip the mindset of, all right, let's protect Nets as much as possible. Let's keep him alive. Let him do what he needs to do. He does have that Purify. He's got some of the items that he needs now in this Claude. He should be scaled up really well. Look at this. Like, taking a look at the items here. On point. He's where he needs to be. Still building up. Most likely that Wind of Nature next. Grabs it as soon as I say. So now he's got it. That's great. Now he's matched up. He's still a little bit behind in terms of gold, but he's well matched up against Super Marco. Now that this next Lord is up here, Homeboys is actually in a good position. If they can pull this off, even possibly with a concealed play from Zorn, if they want to go that route, it could happen. You can see them. They're actually putting pressure in the space around this Lord already. And AP Bren has to respect it. They know exactly that. Nets is going to work on this turret. He's got to make sure he's fine. BMI's back. So still the push and pull here for the second Lord as both teams work on it. The shots, though, coming out from Few, they're going to have to be careful about that.
Not going to be any ultimates invested just yet. Just going to be coming out from Few just for Division Gaming. Lord's going to be reset here. Appraiser strat onto deal. Taking a lot of the damage there. Nobody's fully committing to all of these clashes, knowing that there's also pressures on the sides. But AP Bren might actually want to close this out by taking this Lord Ogwen, going in for that setup there. Turtle, or rather Lord though, 1/4 HP here. One more HP. Let's see if KOTV can be able to take it with the Retribution. Storm's going to go down here. Super Marco still free hitting everyone though. And AP Bren might actually just reset there and actually take their time to pressure the side of Homeboys here. But, you know, Homeboys, I like the attempt. There was some light there. They actually could have made some plays. But now AP Bren, this is where they're good at. They're going to be pressuring this mid tower. Second tier already down. Only the inhibitors left here.
Oh, that's tough. Again, still going to be fighting it out. Chibi going to try to keep them at bay here. Nets as well with the rest of the team. They still have a little bit longer for Zorn to be up. Couple seconds here. They should be full forced, of course, by this time that AP Bren gets ready for this assault. So most likely, again, like we just saw from that last exchange, they approached it very well. Homeboys for a little bit looked like they had some control, and then AP Bren punished them, and it's still Super Marco having a massive game. So now Lord's here. It's going to go ahead and charge in.
Be knocking on the doors of Homeboys. Look at the damage too coming out from Few from the backside, poking everyone before they shred this Lord. Bren can actually go for the pressure here. Pressure in all of the lanes, knowing that Few is just at the backside to cover. KOTV going to be jumping in, soaking up all of the damage. Flap TZ not going to be investing that demonic force just yet. There's a tug from Zorn, but it's not going to do much as AP Bren just going to be backing away from that one.
Yeah, they don't have to find it. I mean, for the most part, AP Bren, they're very objective-based right now. That's what they're thinking. They get the 2 turrets. They're most likely going to get this third, too. It's only a couple hits away. And still, they might put the pressure to actually force the situation if they want to. Chibi already taking a couple shots on the marks here.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out from Super Marco. Sepa trying to go for the backside. Goes for Bravest Spider, but he gets spotted here by Super Marco and the rest of the gang. Zorn, Flap TZ just zoning everyone and still not getting taken down. Demonic Force is still up as he goes for more here. Minion waves are also crashing in here for the side of AP Bren. They might actually just go for the finish, but there's just a lot of heroes still up here for the side of Homeboys. They might actually just reset here and try to go in for the next Lord.
Okay, they take the discipline route, they back off. Sapat was the only one that went down, and I know we didn't get a good look at it, but there was a relatively a good effort from Homeboys there, and it kind of split off also the team AP Bren from really trying to like win that fight through. And Super Marco, he still did not go down, but overall, Few was able to be very elusive, and he hasn't died, and that's why the Novaria is so strong with the way that her kit works and Super Marco. So it's like Homeboys, your biggest thing is like, how do we find a pickoff? How do we actually get one of these targets locked in? And, at this point, too, Nets has the items that he needs. It's not really much of an itemization thing. It's like, how do we actually execute this and pull it off? And that might come down to just going toe-to-toe with these Lord fights, right? Like, the next one is now up. We're nearly at the 17-minute mark. Homeboys has the items they need. It's like they just have to win this dance, and that's what they're going to get prepped and ready for. But Ogwen also waiting patiently there in the bush. Udil holding on to his own demonic force.
Yep.
We'll see how they approach it. Lord going to be half health here. Super Marco also double buffed up. This is very crucial on how Homeboys tries to get in position here. Not sure if they're even going to be able to right now.
They're
Flapteasy
trying
also
to, though.
there. Yeah, they have to. So Chibi waiting patiently. He's done this multiple times. Oakland
There.
goes in.
There's going to be the pokes that are coming out from Few, actually causing the rest of the homos to actually back away. Just one wipeout can actually take them down. They don't have any inhibitors left, and that's going to be AP Bren securing in, I believe, the second Lord of the game actually here for this side. So without any inhibitors here, second enhanced Lord for the side of AP Bren, this can create a lot of pressure. But for the homeboys, right, they have to find that pickup on the back lines. The only one that can actually do that at this point is Sorn with the nice setup, or Sepat. Actually,
Yeah.
you've seen him attempt on Super Marco and Few, but at this point, no inhibitors left. They gotta focus on defending their base here. They have the Lord for the side of AP Bren.
Yep, conceal already used here. They're going to get spotted out though.
Flapteasy, he's gonna be using that demonic force up. Gonna keep it going. Look at the damage onto Chibi. Nice setup there by Ogwen. Everyone's real low here from the side of Homeboys. Appraiser's Wrath gonna take down Zorn. And from the backside, they're still dealing with that demonic force, which is Odile. Not gonna be able to make it. It's only Nets and Chibi left to defend. The Lord is still knocking in the base of Homeboys, and that's gonna be it. AP Bren takes in game number 1.
Man, oh man. So they take game number 1 here in a... It took them, it took them some time, right? It took them some time to get where they needed to be. But like I was saying and how it was going to unfold, they got to that first Lord, they got the pick they were looking for, and then they kind of had this kind of snowball effect from there. But Homeboys, man, in the early game, Burger Kim, they had what they exactly needed. Like they were doing it in the early game. They were the ones setting the pace. They were the one making AP Brand respond to them. It's just, again, at some point, it's like they lost control here. And as we take a look at the replay, the highlights from this game, you're going to see what we're talking about. Now, this is already 7 minutes in. That was the turtle fight. And you can see just how strong things were for Homeboys. But this is where Super Marco just kind of, he flipped his own switch. He got the double here. And this is where the scaling really went into favor. We've seen him play Brody time and time again. And when he gets these 2 kills, 2-3 early kills like this, that's what happens. He scales up really fast. He's very good in positioning. Super Marco as a player, that's one of the things that really stands out for me depending on whatever marksman he's playing in the gold lane. His positioning is so good, and the rest of the team does a great job at peeling for him when he needs to. This also was just showing how strong that power spike was at this point in the game on that Brody.
Yeah, it was a shutdown gold actually on Chibi at that, which is why the massive gold swing went to the side of AP Bren, and not to mention it all went to Super Marco here, which is someone that really you want to give all those kills to. And at this point, 13 minutes in, there were some attempts here by Chibi to actually take in the Lord, but unfortunately for the side, it's going to be a retribution battle, right? And it's going to be Kyle TZ taking it in here for the side of AP Bren. And once it reached the point that, there was only the inhibitors left here for the side of AP Bren, what they did right was actually take this the safer route, just go for the next Lord, not force anything too crazy here in the final encounters.
Yeah, and so with that, again, it took them a little longer, 18 minutes into this push, but you could just see at this point, how that positioning and how everything else was where they needed to be, and it was, at this point, Homeboys just a very difficult time, trying to go in with that fight and deal with that. And you can see it, Super Marco deserving of this MVP here for game number 1. Very, standard for him. Honestly, at Super Marco at this point on this hero 7-0-2, he has done this multiple times, and it's such a, when it comes down to it, the micro decisions that he makes within the game. If you just pay attention to Super Marco, you'll know what I'm talking about here, specifically his positioning. And, when he just picks up the 2 items, even on this Brody, that Blade plus the Malefic Roar, he's already a force to be reckoned with. And then it gets to that point where the question, even from the draft, Kim, was how do we deal with this range? How do we deal with this elusiveness is like what I like to call it, because of the fact that you have a Novaria that can basically, you know, shift and phase through the map in a way. Like that's tough enough. But then you have the Brody who works from range, and then paired up with the fact that you have that Phoveus, a factor of a lot of teams don't actually go with the Phoveus, right? Because it takes a certain lineup and a certain type of player to really utilize that in the best way possible. And FlapTZ does that phenomenally. And so he's in everybody's face from Homeboys. It's tough to deal with because like the whole time it's like, I mean, imagine it like in a POV, you're dealing with demonic force like this guy jumping on you everywhere, and you're trying to catch a Brody or a Novaria. That's not very, you know, easy to do. And that's kind of what happened there. So it was a very well executed lineup. I will say, however, though, Homeboys did a great job in the early game. How can they take what they did in the early game and like replicate it to game 2 and go from early to mid? Because I think that's always, whenever I talk about teams going against AP Bren, that's actually the time frame when I say it's so important for teams. Like, yes, AP Bren is so strong in the late game, but it's that early to mid game transition where like even teams that have an early game lead, like they did here, they have to hold it together to mid game. Otherwise, it slips through their hands and the AP Bren will punish. And that's, you know, that's what they have to adjust from game 2. And it's so tough, man, because again, it's like you don't have much time. You're now match point. Your tournament lives are on the line. You know, how do you fix it that quick?
Can't even do like you can't even do something, pull off something uncontemporary at this point, right? Like, I mean, this is match point, match away. Like, you can't afford to make any mistakes. I think for the side of Homeboys here is, again, is pretty much like what we've seen in the group stage. This is pretty much evident in both their games up against AP Bren that ended in a 2-0. I'm not saying that this is going to end in a 2-0 too. We might actually see more possibilities here for the side of Homeboys. But what I'm saying is that it was the same. Like, they had the answers in the early game. Mid-game to late game, they kind of have to watch out for these plays that either, you know, FlapTZ or Ogwen does. And I think in that particular game, it was Super Marco. And we cannot discredit, like, the rest of the teams here, the rest of the members of AP Bren that really enabled Super Marco to be able to pull off that type of play, like a double kill. And I think after that, like, Homeboys really had a hard time going up against AP Bren, or kind of bouncing off that situation where, you know, Super Marco was just able to position himself well and able to kite everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the best gold laners you can think of, you know, and that's something that always sticks out for them is it's their positioning, it's the way that they decide to, of course, like initiate on some of these fights. And then I feel like always a layer to that, always a part of that is, again, the roams. Like, it's not even just the roamers, but sometimes it's the junglers, sometimes it's the XP laners. The way that they peel for their gold laners is very important. The way they help them disengage, right? Again, you're really trying to protect these damage dealers and everything else, and that's what AP Bren does very well. That's very apparent in all their games throughout, ever since the squad has been together. And I think that's what makes them such a threat, because Homeboys, like this, like I'm saying, you have a lot of that aggression and that tempo setting potential, but with that, it's kind of like you're trying to hold on to that energy, and it's really easy for it to like slip through your hands if you're a little too reckless. And so that's the problem. And you know, AP Bren just so good at punishing that. So you know, while we wait for Game 2's draft, and I agree with you, Kim, like there is room here obviously for Homeboys to take it to Game 3. Like there's a huge possibility that we could see a Game 3, because this was a rather long game that was not in favor of AP Bren in the beginning. So Homeboys, and it almost makes me kind of wonder, like I'm trying to think, is this the time for them to go with that? It's not weird, but like go with that lineup again, like not that specific lineup, or maybe they try to replicate it. I don't know. Like there's other options you can throw there, but like, is that the time to do it? Well, where it's like, we want to put all this risk in the early game.
Yeah, well, I was thinking like they did pull off that Hellcurt pick for the last pick in
Yeah.
the group stage, right? Like a Hellcurt. I get why they actually pick that up. Like you need someone to deal with the back line. I'm thinking something along the lines of like maybe an assassin, right? Like they're going for the more contemporary draft right now in the current meta, which is utility, tanky types of heroes. Maybe they can try to pull something off like that. Not I wouldn't say like in the jungle role, but maybe in the roam role. Like Sword could perhaps pick up something like that. But he's known for pickoffs, right? He's known for these setup plays. So I'm not so sure if they're gonna go that route here for the side of homeboys here. Like I'm thinking something along that lines. They need to take down the back line of AP Brand, which is very, very solid actually in game number 1.
And I'm just trying to think, like, really what route they could go, for the most part, because my whole premise before the first draft was really like outside of the box. And I think now that you're facing, like, if you're homeboys and you're kind of facing this situation where it's like, all right, match point, what do we do? I think this is the time to go outside of the box, because you obviously have like the tools that you need when it comes to like the execution in the early game. And that's what I always think about, those lineups that are outside of the box. And that's why I said yesterday when it popped up, I was like, this is actually genius for what they want to do, because it's a different kind of lineup that you don't see all the time, right? And if there's other iterations of that, then great. Like, bring that to the table in this game where you're now facing your match point of your tournament life, And it might be the time to do it, because like I said, you got to throw AP Brand off balance, because really, sometimes if you can get a lineup for you that is very early to mid game dependent on ending, like let's get this game over with before they start countering us with items, right? With defenses.
Yeah.
That might be the best case scenario. We want to end this game before that 13-minute mark even, and try to do that. And I think for homeboys, like, that might be what they have to do. And this is, again, coming from a region that is known for these weird, unorthodox, niche picks, cheese picks, whatever you want to call it, man. And that's where I think they need to fall into place here while we wait for Game 2's draft.
Yeah, just when you think that it's only RQ that's able to pull that off, right? Like picking up a Layla, if I'm not mistaken, in their last game, and it came off as a surprise for a lot of us. Like I actually thought that it was a redraft coming in from the side of RRQ. Apparently, it was locked in by them. So things like that, like it kind of throws you off, and at the same time, like what are they gonna do with that? How are they gonna play that? For the side of homeboys, they've already shown signs of that actually in their previous matches, and honestly, I would love to see more of that from the side of homeboys, because they're known for picking that up. Not just homeboys, like even just to name some of the other teams that are in the Asian region, you got Todak actually that's well known for doing that, and it actually worked for them. So match point, I think whatever the outcome, bringing something like that, maybe try to stop AP Brand from their tracks, could actually be really good. And I mean, if you go with the contemporary lineup, it's kind of very much predictable right now. But if not, let's see what the homeboys can do here for their final draft, or their final.
That's what I'm saying.
Possibly their final match.
That's what I'm saying. Like you kind of got to be like, you can't be what people are expecting at this point. I mean, like in terms of the composition, and this is always the case, really. Like for playoffs, like once we get through group stages for any of these tournaments, it's really where you have to pull out all the stops, and sometimes it's like, you have a little more breathing room in some formats where it's like, all right, this might be a best of 5 or something like that. But with the best of 3 pressure and then immediately being at match point, you have to pull something through. And then even then, if you get to that game 3, Kim, like you have to do it again. You know what I mean? Like you have to pull that out again, or something different, or maybe AP Bren is the one to do it. Maybe even in this game, AP Bren, despite being 1-0 currently, they do it. And that could possibly happen as well. So I think, there's a lot here for homeboys to consider while they approach this game. And I think that's why, they need a little bit of time here to really decide, like, okay, what is our approach for this? Because what they did in the previous game, and talking back about the weakness points for AP Bren, like that jungle that jungle comparison, or the jungle pacing that's set up there for Chibi in the early game was actually good, you know, and I think that if they can replicate at least that and kind of stop Kyle Teasy a little bit, do that again, give Chibi that little bit of confidence or edge that he needs, is a good place to start, you know, for Homeboys from there. So it looks like we are going to be getting into the draft here for game number 2. So Homeboys will be on that blue. They'll get that first pick priority. AP Brand now on the red. And we'll see how this bans go again. Because, again, the previous game, even ban-wise,
it was AP Brand.
It was a little different pattern, though, right? So Homeboys will take out that Novaria the first ban, though.
Novaria, I'm thinking something along the lines of AP Brand or either Homeboys taking away the R lot here, because knowing that AP Brand loves that very much, especially for Ogwen, who has picked it up the most number of times here in this tournament. Homeboys, I like the fact that they banned away the Novaria this time. Even though they can actually pick it up for themselves, they are on the blue side here. But then again, that's going to open up so many things here that they need to consider too, like CC heavy, chain CC. These are what the teams are actually going for in this current meta. So Homeboys taking away a lot of the heroes here from few, like Novaria. Then you got the Faramis here too being taken away. AP Bren. I'm looking at the Joy ban. It usually comes out from the red side here, knowing that Homeboys has that first pick.
If they don't take it out, if the Joy is not banned out here, I actually think that it might be a good pickup for Homeboys. Take that Joy that's been constantly banned out. I forgot how many times it is. I think it's like 40 times up to this point, but it is a very strong choice, but it's also kind of risky. Like, there's some risk factor there, and I think that's, again, what Homeboys needs to do here. So we'll see. A couple more bans left. The Faramis was taken out, Matilda's taken out. We'll see if they still want to opt for what we've seen for the most part, too. You know, the fact, too, that Nana is still left open. You can still work around that. There's the Phoveus. So this is just like, it's like pure respect at this point from Homeboys, right? They don't want to deal with those kind of annoyances, those new nuances. I was gonna say something else. Nuances that came from this lineup in the previous game from AP Bren. It was like range and then pressure combined, you know, because of Phoveus and Novaria. So with that, we'll see what this last band's gonna be. First phase from AP Bren, but if it's not Joy, like, I would actually like to see Homeboys take the Joy.
Yeah, I feel like Homeboys kind of banning away that the Phoveus here is a respect ban coming through for Flap TZ, and at the same time it's kind of forcing AP Brent to ban away, you know, some of these other stellar picks, especially these glass cannon types of heroes that Chibi is also known for picking up. They ban away the Nolan, and you did mention that you want to see the Homeboys pick it up. They can actually pick it up here first, but for AP Brent they can actually answer it out by picking up say an R-Lot. They love to pick up R-Lot and a Ruby here. Wow, that's a lot to take in here for AP Brand. So Homeboys kind of has to decide right now. Do we go for Joy, or do we kind of take away R-Lot or not? But, you know, since it has always been banned away, it's great early game, which Homeboys is known for. This could definitely create some pressure up against AP Brand.
This is the reason why I was saying this. As soon as we started to see the pattern of this first bans, the phase of bans, was because this is what I was saying. You know, if you want to pick up anything for Homeboys, it's to replicate what you did in the previous game. And you actually, like, if you're Homeboys, you controlled that jungle side and everything early on. So Joy's able to do that here, possibly for this. But AP Brent picking up CC and Angela. Interesting pickups to go ahead and start up their first phase. Angela has been very, I would say it's not that it's like a very specific condition type hero right now currently in the meta, but it fits in a lot of compositions. And the fact that you have CC here, who has been a monster so far throughout the games of the future, this is tough, right? They're gonna have to be able to answer some of that sustainability, the shielding, of course, and everything else. Homeboys will pick up the Ruby for themselves alongside the Valentina. So they're like, you know what, we'll at least take the Valentina so that depending on whatever else AP Bren takes up, we have the opportunity to go ahead and take some of those ultimates.
Yeah, even down to the skin, right? I know the Valentina can do that. So if you don't have those skins, like, just pick up a Valentina and take care of everything.
Yeah, you get to enjoy
everything,
it, right?
Like, Yep, which kind of forces AP Bren into a situation that, okay, yeah, we can pick up all these good heroes in the jungle, Barretts even at this point, but they need to answer out to the early game hero, the Joy. They pick up something
Yeah.
that they're known for too is, actually they could have gone with the Red Rin, but instead they went for the Baksha, counter out to the possible tanky setup here from the side of Homeboys. I'm thinking something along the lines of like a Minotaur here for Zorn. That's going to be a lot of problem here for the side of AP Bren, knowing that they have the Angelic here that only can invest the Heart Guard onto one hero. So for AP Bren,
Yeah.
it seems like they want to go for these head-to-head clashes with Homeboys with this Angel pick. I don't really see this very often in the current meta, especially when you pick it up in the first phase.
The only thing that scares me here about AP Bren with this first like phase, actually specifically to the two heroes for Homeboys, is the fact that you have a Baksha and an Angela. And the reason why I say that is because rotations are going to be very quick. Anytime
gonna
there's
be
a
fast,
Baksha,
yeah.
goes around the map everywhere. You pair it up with the fact that you have like this global ult, the hard part to be able to just pop up as well. Like very quickly, in a snap of a finger, AP Bren can be where they want to be, you know, with like with that kind of speed.
Yeah.
And so I feel like in a way for Homeboys, it's like, how do we control that? How do we deal with that? And that's why I think, once again, the pacing that is going to be set in the beginning is crucial for them. And this time it's like, you know, you got to be able to deal with that Homeboy's speed, you know, because if you're going to be putting the speed out there, like control it, right? Control it for the most part, because AP Bren will look for those moments where they try to punish you. Now, as we get through the second phase of these bans here, you can already see some of the gold lane focus, obviously coming out from Homeboys. They take out 1-1. We'll see if they still focus on another marksman option, because the carry was taken out by AP Bren, which I think is a great choice, because you don't want to be shredded through, especially if you're this Baksha, right? Especially if you're trying to build around these shields and this sustainability. So they also deal with another big true damage dealer in the department here. X-Borg is going to be taken out.
X-Borg.
They don't want to be slowed down either as well, and dealt with that kind of layering with the armor. So good, smart bans here from AP Bren. We'll see if Homeboy still focuses on that gold lane, one more option, because still for both, you know, for both teams, like we don't exactly know what they want to throw there for now.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is this an Ogwen hero or is this a Few hero? Because for Homeboys, they should actually limit out like Super Marco at this point, right? They're taking away like the gold lane here. Claude is still up. The Brody that actually did so well.
Yeah.
And I want to point out the Brody too, because that's one of the marksman heroes that can really protect itself, like in the lane. And just like I said that, there you have it, the Brody for AP Bren. Not only is a signature pick, but I think it can really go well up against, like, you know, heroes that can pressure you in the early game, like the Joy. So I like this coming out from AP Bren. No surprise there, but for Homeboys, they kind of have to answer it out with their last two picks, especially will they go for like team fight eccentric type of compositions, or will they go for, you know, a hero that can also pretty much rotate fast as AP Bren can here.
It's interesting too, you know, they went with the Vexana, which is you know, it's fine, like it works, because Eternal Guard, I mean, that would add another layer of kind of annoyance for Homeboys to deal with. So they give it the Brody for now. They know that they kind of went through some of these gold lane bans. We'll see what the matchup's going to be. Like, is it going to be the Claude, like just that gets picked up by Homeboys? Do they want to go that, give it to Nets, let them try to push? No, they don't. They pick up the Clint and the Tigreal.
And the Tig.
Interesting. So they go with this, and wow, a Hilda.
Oh, wow.
That's scary. That is scary, because that's the pressure. That's the counter pressure I was talking about in the jungle that is going to happen. So this will make that Joy not so enjoyable, right? Like, you know, no pun intended, because Hilda's going to be everywhere in your jungle, trying to slow you down, trying to keep you at bay. But, you know, with this, I don't know, Kim. Like, I actually really like Homeboy's draft here. I'm just trying to picture it, like, and anytime a Tigreal pops up, like, let's be honest, if you've been watching Games of the Future, everybody's going to think of that one play from Tigreal that was a five-man setup, you know, KDA machine, and he did it. So, like, the pressure is there. It's like, can you do something? It doesn't have to be 5-man. it can be a great three-man setup, you know? But as long as you can pull it off the Tigreal, you can make that work. We'll see if they can. We're hearing the sounds of the Land of Dawn here. Again, it's a match point here between AP Bren and Homeboys. AP Bren getting that game number 1. We'll see if Homeboys draft here can pull them through to a game 3 ahead of us. But already, wow, Nets getting poked down quite a bit here.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the first few times that we're going to be seeing a lot of these new picks coming through here. Super Barco also pretty low here, but this is what we expected in the jungle, right? Like a lot of pressure from Owen, a lot of pressure too from Sword. At this point, right, he has to keep the nets in check here. He really needs that assistance in the gold lane, especially if you're going up against a Brody. But the AP Bren here, they find Chibi, who's taking a lot of the damage here. Wow! And that's gonna be first blood being pulled in here by AP Bren.
Remember when I was saying, you know, she's great, but it's a risk as well. Even if she's banned constantly, like, you still have to be able to have a relatively safe start to get where you need to be. And then, you know, your damage is going to show up. But look at Ogwin. He's going to be doing exactly what you expect a Hilda to do, and that's live in the enemy jungle, right? As much as possible, gain that distraction and just be there. Yeah, you can always regen in the bushes as well, and that's what he's going to be going for. They'll fight out for that crab, and with that, so again, the first blood being drawn over here by AP Bren, and the fact that it went in the hands of Kyle Teasy gives him that small, you know, that minor edge, right, in terms of the jungle matchup. Because the great thing about it, Kyle Teasy can be like, you know what, Ogwin, go do your thing. Go invade the jungle, make Chibi's life hell for now, and I will roll around, literally. I'll get these objectives, I'll farm up, and I have a Heart Guard available from few. So that's what's happening here.
Oh man, that's not gonna be easy. And oh, I actually thought that Olga's gonna have like a sprint there just to get out of the situation. But you know what? While all of that is happening, right? Like Chibi just turned level 4 while Kyle Teasy has been taking away all the resources here on the side of Homeboys. And Owen hasn't even left the jungle camps here on the side of Homeboys. I think this is gonna keep up even until the end of the game, just not letting this joy of Chibi farm anything at this point.
Yeah. So much support has to come from Homeboys here for Chibi. And that's the downside of picking a Joy that is kind of reliant right now. And that's what you see AP Bren do it. So if they can pressure,
Yeah, hard guard onto Flap Teasy. He's gonna be safe for now. He's got the shields too. It's gonna be a magic damage. Angela coming through. Ogun right now forced to use the flicker out to safety. And still no pickoffs here for the side of Homeboys. But you see the swing of resources from the side of Homeboys. They immediately all went to respond. Actually, all of them, I think. Not Chibi is gonna have a hard time here. Like, everybody has to kind of answer out to Owen here at this point. Has just been camping out in the bushes, going for the pokes, and all the ultimates are gonna be invested into him. He's gonna be taking a lot of the damage, and that's gonna be the first kill picked off here from the side of Homeboys. Electrifying beats as well, but they're not gonna get more here.
That was a great call from Homeboys, especially from Zorn, knowing that, hey, Ogwin already used his flicker earlier, right? Like, if we can catch him, especially having the ultimate available and everything else, like, the implosion is going to keep him there, you know, and then you push him back and work around it. So now, but still, Kyle Teasy, he's going to go for the pressure.
Oh man, the Sword have the ultimate here. Kyle Teasy's gonna be soaking up the damage, but you know what? This is why AP Brain's so confident. You got the hard guard, you can just create chaos here in the jungle, pandemonium in the jungle. You got the hard guard available. Ogun's gonna be able to escape that one, and AP Brain still exerting so much pressure, making sure that Chibi does not get anything at this point. Like, even to the point, like, it's not just Ogun, it's even Kyle Teasy going all the way in, knowing that the hard guard is going to be available for them to be protected.
We'll see. Hard guard is secured here for Udil, but I'm not sure if they actually want to go for this.
Wow.
Oh, Zorn.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of the damage from Flap Teasy. They got the hard guard for themselves too. But look at this.
Oh, Chibi got it.
Gonna take in that turtle. Steal from their side, and it's gonna go to the side of Homeboys this time. Nice bounce back though here for the side of Homeboys. They definitely need it because AP Bren has been such a menace here in the jungle. Chibi hasn't been able to farm well. I mean, you can't farm well. Look at how Owen has been try to make sure that Chibi doesn't get anything at this point. And so far, 5 minutes in, it's still AP Brand leading this time. Quite a different take this time. It's usually Homeboys actually taking the lead.
Yeah, this is big though. The 5-minute mark now. Big item pickups. Necklace of Durant secured. There's an implosion again.
On to
Owen's out.
Owen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as I was saying, big item pickups here for Homeboys. Necklace of Durant's Blade as well. Kyle TZ. Okay, he's still going to put pressure here. Super Marco there now to help him out.
Yeah, he's also going to be poking in the side of Homeboys here. We haven't seen so much of the gold lane matchup just yet. We've seen Nets actually being safe and sound. All of the action is actually in the jungle side here of Homeboys. 16K for the side of AP Brand. I'm looking at Kyle TZ here and Chibi. So far, he has caught up to Kyle TZ. Even Owen's taking a lot of, or actually is dishing out a lot of damage here up against the Homeboys.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, okay, that's not going to connect either from Sapat. So there's so much back and forth here going, but the biggest thing is AP Brand still playing around on the macro level, guarding themselves still the lead, and they want this turret, but Kyle TZ.
Owen
okay,
flickering out
flickers
too.
out.
Yeah.
Okay, so every time you think they're going to break out, this lineup that AP Brand has is very good at getting these resources out from Homeboys and kind of just playing around that, right? Like they're tanky enough, they're able to have enough mobility to get out of here. That's one great thing about Hilda. But Homeboys, uh-oh.
Yeah. Slap TZ again, though. He does have the hard guard here. Going to be able to sustain him. Oh, there's the flicker in from Udil, but it's not able to get anything. Flap
Wow.
TZ still survives there.
What?
With 1 HP of health. And the turn's going to be taken in here by AP Brand. Wow.
I'm surprised he even survived that. So it looks like they're going to go rotate down bottom to put the pressure now on Homeboys.
Yeah, wow. Zorn going to be the focus here on the side of AP Brand. They got a hard guard here to save him in time too. But Kyle TZ and the rest of the gang, they know what to do. They want to get in this tower, and you see how they're cutting the minions here over to the side so that Super Marco can actually push. Zorn is really low, and Owen gonna go all the way in and take him down, and that's gonna be one less problem for the side of AP Brand.
Oh my
It's not
goodness, it's
stopping,
not
though.
going to end here.
Yep, Nets gonna take it. Just gonna get chunked down here by Kyle TZ. He's only gonna be chunking him down real low, forcing him to back away. And wow, just like that, 7 minutes in, we're actually heading into the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, this is very different from the previous game, Kim. I mean, there's so much action between every single lane at this point, plus the jungle. So a minute before that Lord comes up, and this is always, like I said, this is the time AP Brand might look for some play, and it looks like they're getting in position for that.
Kyle TZ too. Again, they're not gonna let Chibi take anything right now. Even the jungle kids are not safe from the side of AP Brand, and I think for the side of Brand, AP Brand, they know exactly what to do, right? Like, just take away the jungle camps of the Joy. And if you've seen, like, Chibi hasn't been able to, you know, pop off like every Joy has, right? And even at this point, he can go, Baptiste can go head to head with him. Actually, making him pop that electrifying beats very early on as AP Brand. They're getting in the map control too, while everybody is busy trying to either take down Owen or take down even Kyle TZ. And
there
just
it
like
was.
that, Super Marco.
It's
Able
on
to
point
take
every
everyone
single
down
time.
just like that.
Before
Yeah.
the 9-minute mark, before the Lord spawns, they get a kill. And just like I said from the previous game, that's what happens. They spawn it out. Now the question is, do they actually just commit to this Lord? And does Homeboys actually want to commit to actually keeping the fight here for it? It looks like being down Zorn, I mean, he did just come up, but it's going to be too late by the time he even gets there. So they just give this up. And that's what I always say is about the timings of AP Bren is like clockwork. They go for it if they can, and now they have this play.
Owen again distracting everybody. They're not going to go for more here, but Conceal has been popped here by Homeboys. I'm looking at AP Brand this time. They are very early, actually, as compared to what we usually known them to do, right? Like, they popped out pretty early, and just like that, even Owen there can't be taken down. And to think that they don't really... They're building this Angela to be a magic damage Angela. Kaltizi going to be checking up the
Flap.
damage to Passants. Has been casted here. Flapteasy as well, zoning everyone all the way back to the turret here. They still have to address that Lord that's marching in on the top side here. Homeboys just have a lot to deal with here right now. Not just Owen, right? They got the Lord. They have to defend their towers here. 10 minutes in, what do they need to do? Like, Zorn has been using all of his implosions onto one hero, which is actually either Owen or Kaltizi at this point.
Might take one of those miracle plays, miracle implosions, if Zorn can pull it off. He does have the flicker available, so they're going to deal with the Lord right now on the top side. Net's there alongside Sapat. We'll see if they can deal with it just fine. AP Bren, though, they're going to be knocking on the base. That's what they're going to do with these turrets as they make their way down the mid lane as well. They might just be happy getting the tier 1s and tier 2s cleared out, right? They cleared it out. They're happy with that. They've garnered themselves quite a lead, though, here. That's one of the big things, because they got the 6 turrets. They now have about 8,000 gold on top of Homeboys. Homeboys, despite them actually having some decent setup potential and whatnot, they have no space to work with. Look at Ogwin.
Yeah, Ogun just goes... At this point, like, even Few, though, knows that he has to invest the hard guard here. In the clash as Sword. Yep, he's gonna tug Kaltizi all the way in, gets the implosion onto him. Hard guard gonna be used onto him. Zorn really low, and Super Marco picks up the kill. 7 kills for AP Brand. They just know how to dance around here with Homeboys, knowing that Zorn's gonna eventually invest in that implosion, right? At this point, like, I only noticed it's Flapteasy that has the Purify, so the rest of AP Brand has those flickers, so they're not even worried about Zorn at this point, right? Not unless, you know, you can catch like 5 members here of AP Brand, but at this point, they're just a force to be reckoned with. There's just so much tankiness in the front line, plus Super Marco kind of shredding everyone apart at this point. I'm not so sure what he has right now. We'll be seeing the items later on, but AP Bren, very great start up to mid-game. So let's see if this might kind of be like a Homeboys, you know, flipping in that switch in the late game. Let's see if they can actually do the same thing as AP Brent here at this point.
Well, as we take a look at the items right now, I mean, Zorn already used the flicker. He did not land the implosion. Like, that's not, like, the way he saw it in his head did not happen. So at this point, he's got to somehow make it happen, right? Because even if he's able to pull it off, let's say he does catch a couple with it, whether it's the flicker or not, I mean, you still have to hope that you have enough damage to pull through, you know? And Nets he might need a little bit more time. But right now, that's another Lord in the hands of AP Brent. There's the Malefic Roar for Nets. So it could line up properly if Zorn is able to get it off. And Sepot as well, he could be the one setting things up. So it's 2 for Homeboys to find the set they're looking for. And the hard part about that, again, is getting through the sustainability that AP Brent has, right? The shields, the regen, and everything else. Yes, they have some anti-heal items. I think they do have that Necklace of Durance. They got it early on. But it's still tough to deal with this lineup right now from AP Bren. And with the Lord going on the top side, Chibi looks to be the next target here.
Yeah, Owen is just not letting up here up against Chibi. And even Kaltizi at this point going to respond to that Turtoise Posant has been casted. He's going to be poked down real low, but the real problem here is going to be the Lord here. The enhanced Lord for the side of AP Bren, marching in the side here of Homeboys. They have to defend up against this one.
Yeah, so they lose that turret on the top side. Lord's going to be worked on, though. Look at the back, though. Udiel takes quite a bit of damage just from Flapteasy alone. So right now they hold it together, but AP Bren might want more here. Working on the buffs. Ogwin waiting patiently. Right now, the Homeboy is doing a pretty good job at defending. How long can they continue this on? AP Bren might just get that one turret, though, on the top side.
Oh, there's a lot to take in here for Homeboys, right? Like, they need someone to burst down this tanky front line of AP Bren. Form of Udiel, form of Nets, but they're actually not able to position well, right? Because they got Owen here. They got Kaltizi. Then they got that hard guard to kind of make everyone like back away from all these clashes that Homeboys kind of wants to do. They have all of the tools that they need. They got 2 setup plays here in the form of Zorn and Sepat, but we haven't seen anything just yet, right? And so far, AP Bren has taken in 7 towers already right now. 10K lead for the side of AP Bren.
Yeah, tough to anytime like this is the situation, Burger Kim, like you have to consider, like, what do the teams do? Like, your back is completely against the wall. Yes, you've got some items. Nets, like I said, he's got the, 3 items that he needs for the most part to deal enough damage. But if he gets caught out for some reason or another, it's going to be difficult to actually find those kills they're looking for, right? So when you're this far behind, 10,000 gold is usually that mark where it's like, yeah, this is tough. We have to just kind of sit in our base, hope for the best. Probably not a good idea to contest Lords unless for some reason we have a numbers advantage, right? And so they might just be at the whims of, all right, AP brand, they're going to control this whole side of the map. They're going to get this next Lord from us. But if somehow we have a miracle defense, that gets us to that first step to, like, turn things around, right? That's kind of where they are. And we'll see, again, if they actually decide to play around this. I don't think it's a good idea to contest the Lord, even though they're trying to push into this side of the jungle.
Yeah.
It's
way
quickly
too
taken
fast.
care of. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gone.
just-
Conceal play comes out, though.
Yeah, AP Bren. Owen gonna try to find someone. It's gonna be Chibi this time. It's gonna take a lot of the damage here, but AP Bren gonna be backing away. They have the Lord on their side. They don't really have anything to worry about. It's gonna march down on the top side. Let's see how Homeboys will defend this one. I'm looking at Soren at Sepat at this point. They're the ones who have the setup here, so we're gonna have to wait for that miracle play coming out from both sides, but it's not gonna be easy, right? The solid front line of AP Bren plus the Lord to boot here for their side.
This could be Homeboy's last defense here. They're going to have to keep it together. Heart Guard already used.
Kalti's gonna go all the way in. There's gonna be the Terbaik Di. Sword's gonna try to find someone, unable to take anything. Flap TZ zoning Nets all the way from the backside. And I think Homeboys, they're gonna be able to defend this one successfully, actually. I kind of respect AP Bren at this point. They know that Homeboys has the tools to kind of have that miracle setup, but they're just gonna take in what they can get. All the inhibitors are down here for the side of Homeboys.
So even given the fact that they're so far ahead economically here, AP Bren's still kind of being careful how they approach this. Sepat, though.
Yeah. Sepat, nice tug in there, but they're not gonna go for more. But I think for the side of AP Bren, they might want to commit here. Kaltizi. Okay, they're just gonna be taking in a lot of damage. A lot of the ultimates have been invested just to make sure everybody's alive. I mean, at this point, right, like, once you get a takedown onto at least like one person on either sides, it could be like a game changer here. Like, if Homeboys manages to take one down from the side of AP Bren, they can really set up the play here. But for the side of AP Bren, one down, no inhibitors left here for the side of Homeboys, it's gonna be hard for them to defend.
Oh, Flap. Gonna get pulled.
Yep, Tortoise Passants. Kaltizi gonna be taking a lot of the damage. Look at Owen onto Zorn.
Oh, Zorn.
Popping in that immortality. Yeah, he might get taken down here.
Implosion.
There's the hard part onto him. And there's Odile. Look at Flap TZ just zoning everyone out. Nice tug in there. Nice, I'm offended by Sepat, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at the mobility. Look at the tankiness here for the side of AP Bren. A lot of the immortalities are taken out. Homeboys doing their very best to defend here. They're getting chunked down here by the side of Super Marco. It's only Odile left to defend here. Up against the side of AP Bren. They got minion waves crashing in too as Kaltizi gonna be stomping in the tracks of Homeboys trying to go for a pick-off, but it's a wipeout. That's gonna be it. AP Bren locking it in and showing Homeboys why they're the M5 World Champions.
AP Bren, another sweep here. Second match of the day. Will be sending Homeboys out of the tournament in honestly what looked like, I mean, for a moment there, Kim, like, it seemed like AP Bren was just, I don't want to say they were like toying with Homeboys. They were massively ahead. I think they were respecting the damage that Homeboys had despite a massive deficit. Like, they still respected the fact that they could get set up on, and you could start to see it, right? Like, it did take a lot of work for them to win that last team fight even, and they had to kind of push and pull and get certain, abilities and resources out from Homeboys to come through with those wins. And, taking a look at the highlights here, you're going to see a lot of that push and pull between both the teams. But eventually, AP Bren, like, this game was the macro decisions, right? The fact, too, that you have Ogwin really just spending a lot of that time, a lot of that pressure on the jungle side of Homeboys was tough to deal with for the most part. And Chibi, he started to do things that he had to do despite having a very rough early game. But it was like he had to require so much support from the team that it got very difficult for them to actually make plays anywhere across the map. Again, like they have 0 turrets. Like that's the thing, right? No matter how these team fights looked for the entirety of the game, they couldn't get a single turret down because of the macro level of AP Bren here. Now, if for some reason they were able to get this miracle playoff at this point in the game, 18 minutes in, they probably could have marched into at least the base turrets of AP Bren. Like there could have been a play for that, or swing back and get an objective, a Lord or something like that. But there was no opportunity for them to do that, right? So again, we take a look at here, AP Bren with the sweep, 2-0. Homeboys now out of contention, out of the tournament here. And, you know, this is first time seeing this. I'm kind of taken aback, right? Like, this is great. So we've got the stats there. But again, you know, it's just unfortunate for Homeboys. I think they should be really proud of what they've accomplished so far in this tournament, of course. Now for Super Marco,
back to back.
This is... but you know, and the thing is like, again, with AP Bren, for the teams that will be facing off against them in the consecutive days here, they are going to have to go against RRQ Hoshi, you know, in the semifinals, and there's a lot that they can take from this. Like there were moments where AP Bren, you should have been able to punish them in some of these instances, right? And there was, but they just once again performed very top tier here, and it was tough for Homeboys to catch a breath. You know, when you don't have any turrets 18 minutes in, that's pretty dire, you know, and it showed there in the game.
Yeah, Super Marco with a classic pick up. I think a lot of people have been also talking about like what the possibility of like that M5 skin, and it seems to be a lot of people are talking about this Brody that seemed to be the Brody that was a miracle actually for them even in M5, right? They've been picking this up, even prioritizing it still, which is look at the stats here, 2-0 on this. I think most of the time, like we've been looking at this this matchup, it was all in the jungle camps there of Homeboys. Like I do admire the fact that Homeboys was kind of actually able to answer out, kind of focusing their resources on trying to assist Chibi. But eventually, right, with that massive gold lead from the side of AP Brent, plus the map control that they had, there was just a lot that they had to deal with at that point for the side of Homeboys. A good job though. Like it wasn't easy to go up against, of course, like the reigning M5 world champions, and to go head to head with them and even stretch it out to like 19 minutes mark is definitely a feat already for themselves.
Yeah. Again, for me personally, like I'm always hoping for those 3 games, you know, when we get to the playoffs here for Kim, because, you know, like even for Homeboys going against AP Brent, yes, it's obviously a kind of a scary matchup, I feel like, for Homeboys, but like I feel like they had what it took to get to a game 3 here based off what we saw from the previous days. But unfortunately, even from game 1, like I said, they controlled that early game really well against AP Brent. And then it's like AP Brent came out, that's how fast they adapt. They know that they lost control of that early game in game 1. So what do they do for game 2? They have the tools they need to deal with early game pressure because they're putting the early game pressure, right? That was the whole Hilda pick. Like, we'll be the ones pressuring in the jungle. And that's kind of what happened there. And they helped control that early phase of the game. And still, same thing. They looked for that play. They looked for that play before that first Lord, which then things kind of just continue to snowball from there. So again, just a great performance here from AP Brent, looking clean as ever. Again, you guys can kind of contemplate and wonder what exactly is the weak point of AP Brent here. Like, where is that weak point? Because that's kind of what needs to happen for these other teams, you know, that are waiting for them. And yeah, it's RRQ Hoshi that's gonna have to face off against them tomorrow, right? So I believe it is tomorrow, where they'll have to kind of go and do that. But, you know, of course, for Homeboys, they can still take a lot from this matchup. They had a great performance yesterday where they swept, but now today they have to taste defeat here against AP Brent. And it's, hey, yeah, like you mentioned, Burger Kim, I mean, they're the world champions, you know? So Hopefully they can take a lot from this and hold their heads high.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you were talking about uncontemporary. I think that's also the first time we're seeing some new picks coming out from AP Bren. First time the Hilda was picked up here in this tournament. So they're saying that, yeah, we can do that too. We can do that too, homeboys. But, ultimately, I think for the side of AP Bren, like 2-0 both times that they've gone up against homeboys was just... Oh, man, I think they really came in prepared here for Games of the Future. And no matter how many VODs have been released here, no matter how many games that they've already taken, it seems like they're still going strong here, even up until, after M5 World Championship.
Yeah, and that's why I'm, as we look at a team like AP Brand, the amount of improvement they had from the whole last year even, I'm sure it's inspiring for a lot of the teams out there, that are even competing in this for Games of the Future. Like I said, though, there's a lot to be learned here for all the teams that all have to go home. But that's the competition, right? Eventually they'll have to go home.
It is.
Now later, I believe later there's still, of course, 2 more matches that'll be happening. This was all for us, for me and you to cast. But I believe people are still definitely excited, of course, for the rest of the games today, because we have later on Blacklist International,
Blacklist,
and Fireflux, and then we have Onic and RCC. So still a lot of action ahead of us, right? But I don't know what this is actually your last cast too for Games of the Future, isn't it?
Yeah, our first cast together ever, and our last cast for Games of the Future. So it's been a pleasure for me to be here on this. I actually wasn't expecting to be here on the casters desk. So, on behalf of everybody here in the production side, thank you so much for having me. It's been wow, I would say a comeback for me too here in MLBB. It's been a while, but it's so nice to see everybody. It's so nice to be, casting the game that I really love. So, thank you so much. And you guys will be seeing more action later on. Yeah, Nice who's just mentioned all the matches that you guys have to watch out for, which I think everybody's going to be pulling off an I wouldn't say all-nighter though, but they've been going past midnight for the matches, I'd say. It's what time is it here? 10. So it might go a little bit past midnight here. So, but definitely all of the fans are happy to see there's going to be a lot more MLBB action here.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of the people that have been watching Games of the Future for the past few days and whatnot they've kind of changed their schedule, right? Like their sleep schedule and everything
their body
else.
Their
body clocks, and I know I definitely have, of course, taken naps in the afternoon, right? But yeah, of course, respect all the casters that did cast into the early hours of the morning. Shout out to Wolf, man. The guy's been working, and it's great to obviously cast with you too, Burger King, for the first time, and be a part of this. There is, I believe, aside from the 2 matches today, I think everything wraps up in about 2 days or so. 2 days left of competition,
2 days,
I think it is. So
it's gonna be March
2
too.
days. Yeah, it's been super fast. So again, on behalf of me and Burger Kim, guys, thank you so much for joining us for these first 2 matches of the day. There are still 2 matches later on. I believe we will be taking a break because everything is on a time slot, and there's a live audience out there, of course, and they have tickets and everything else. So make sure you go and grab your snacks and everything and get refreshed, because we will be back after this break. We'll see you guys then.
future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. When you're coming back around. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, makes me feel like I can't breathe. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right, right, right. It ain't right. Oh no,
Games of the future.
saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind with these images, yeah. And it's the way that you look at me, filling my mind with these images, yeah. You've got me saying words in my head, filling my mind
future. future. Games of the future.
Welcome back to the Games of Future. We're here in the quarterfinals, second half of the day. We've had some big games so far, and we got some possibly bigger games coming up. My name's Trex. Joined with me today is G, the ACO. It's been a while since we've been on the desk together. How are you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. It might have been a while since we've been on the desk together, but we grew MLBB and NA together. So this is like, you know, we're talking about the games, but this is kind of bittersweetness for me because, like, I'm getting to see you again and me on a desk. Like, it's a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity again. Don't cry, Trex. Don't cry.
They weren't ready for this at all. They were not ready for this. But here we are at Games of Future. And it has been an amazing several days. I've been waking up at 5 a.m. every morning to catch these games. From group stages to now, yes, there's been a lot of sweeps, I would say, a little more than I would like. But the games have definitely been hype, and there's been a lot of teams that have showed up, G.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, I've been there, man. I've been casting nonstop, it seems, but it's been a great experience. And these teams, man, they have been fighting their way up this bracket. Though most of them are sweeps, they're not normally clean, right? Like, I mean, you can say 2-0s, but they fight. Like, they bring everything that they possibly can to these battles. And I've seen teams pressed against the wall and have to fight back so hard to be able to get that pushback and to be able to do that 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of some of those teams that have had their backs pressed against the wall, the two teams that we're about to watch, Fireflux versus Blacklist, we saw that exact thing. Fireflux in game one was so close to grabbing that victory. So close, had them pinned up against the wall. But all it takes sometimes is one implosion from Haji and everything crumbles. And I feel like that has been the storyline of just Games of Future in general. We've seen a lot of the maybe B tier, C tier teams almost get the wins, but then those stronger teams get those clutch moments where they take the game back into their hands. So what I'm wondering today is, like, can Fireflux break through that barrier today? It's definitely not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy, but to kind of build off of what you're talking about, I mean, we've seen in that very first game, it literally only took that one implosion to do it. And I mean, they had a plan in mind when they stormed Blacklist the first time. I can only imagine that being the time that it's taken to face Blacklist once again, they've probably taken back to the drawing board. I can only imagine that they have plans drawn up to be able to take this down. We were kind of talking behind the scenes, me and Trex here, and we were saying, like, how big this rivalry has, like, just been, like, growing non-stop. And with Trex being at M5, he kind of has a little bit of the scoop. You want to build off of that?
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a rivalry built up over the past year, one that I think a lot of us never knew we wanted. We start back in M4 where Rosa talked about the biggest team that Rosa wanted to go against was Blacklist. Not because she saw them as an enemy, but because Blacklist was a team that kind of inspired some of their strategies. So what happens in M5? Rosa gets the wish come true. They face off in group stage, and Fireflux gets the win. Not just a win, but a 2-0. But revenge is always bittersweet because then Blacklist comes up, meets them in the lower bracket, and takes them out. Now, once again, they meet in the group stage. Blacklist gets the win this time. And now for the fourth time in a row, in I think under 6 months, we're seeing them face off one more time. But this time there's no lower bracket. Everything's on the line. The largest prize pool that Mobile Legends has ever seen so far. I mean, it's for me, this is one of the most hype watches. Even when I saw it in group, this is something I wanted to watch even when I saw it in group stage. This is the match I wanted to make sure I was going to be up for, make sure I was going to get to watch, because I think this could be a rivalry that really builds up over the next year or so.
Yeah, and the best part is that you actually get to watch it and cast it at the same time, which that's huge. That's huge, right? So you get to do that on a couple different fronts now, and I'm kind of wondering what they're going to be bringing to this field. And we were kind of talking about it back in M5. They brought out a Leomord, which just absolutely took Blacklist by surprise. They attempted to try to do that a second time here into the Digital Games of the Future, and they just that time around, Blacklist seemed like they knew what was going down. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't that like rabbit in a hat that Fireflux was able to pull out before. And I kind of want to know, can Fireflux do that again? What do they have in their back pocket that could possibly take Blacklist International by surprise?
Well, I think at the time before, it was a great pocket pick. Back in M5, it was a great pocket pick. It was a great surprise strategy. It's something that could catch you off guard. But just like the meta changes, your pocket strategies have to change as well. You can't pull out something that you used 3 or 4 months ago. If they want to try to catch Blacklist off surprise, or do they want to just stick to the meta? But if they go for the surprise route in game 1, game 2, hopefully game 3, something like that, it needs to be something fresh. It needs to be something that still pairs with the current meta. At that time, the Leomord, the Lilia, they were very strong and they paired well along. The Lilia and the Tigreal were very strong and they paired well with the Leomord, things like that. So they need, if they're going to pull something crazy out, it's got to pick with what's going on right now, which is heavy CC, big burst damage from your mages, big CC comps, and they got to make sure it's going to work right. They also need to be ready for early aggression because Fireflux, I think it's something that we kind of saw them have a little issues with. Same thing with teams like Deus Volt. We saw a lot of these teams that back in M5 when it was a slightly slower meta, they were kind of able to get their grips on things, but now teams can get aggressive very, very fast, and if you're not ready for that, you're going to get steamrolled on.
Yeah, not only that, the diversity in gameplay is also a bit wild this time around as well. You can either be steamrolled early in the beginning, or the teams can like AP Brent. Like they stay relaxed. Oh. They don't care if they lose 1 or 2 like actual turtles or anything like that, and then they're able to come back, get a little pick before the Lord, and be able to turn things around.
AP Brent's disgusting, man. They're a completely different beast. Like, they will give you the gold lead in the laning phase and just be like, it's all right. We're going to collect interest on that later. Don't worry, man. They're just loaning that gold out in the laning phase with a nice 20-50% interest, because once the 5, 6, 7 second Lord comes in, 7-minute mark or so, they just, they're taking fights that any other team would lose with that type of gold deficit, and they're coming out on top. They're definitely a team I think could be in a grand finalist for sure. But on this lower bracket, like Blacklist, I think a lot of us wondered how they were going to be able to do with the slight roster change. And they've had a lot of roster changes in the past year. They brought in Renny J, they brought in Sensui, and then now Renny J's gone. Haji's on Rome, which a lot of us question about, but Haji used to play Rome. We've seen him do well. He used to swap around with Venus back in M3, so this isn't something that's new to him, and he's able to really pull it off. I feel like the team in general has just, they never seem to falter. I can never count Blacklist out no matter what kind of roster changes they have.
That is true. That is true. It could be 1 or 2, but I think what ultimately puts Blacklist on to that first tier is that they have 3 coaches, right? That allows them to not only have like a coach, like they can almost have a coach per person and individually kind of like they can just do it one-on-ones, right? Instead of normally it's one coach for the whole team, right? And I personally think that's kind of where it can come from, right? They can build off of that. They can essentially tailor individual people to what they need to do in the Land of Dawn, right? And that's what I like from Blacklist International. Now, the biggest thing about Fireflux, right, is that they have a lot of Incendio supremacy inside their lineup. And that's one thing that I find pretty awesome, to be honest, because like when me and you were at M4, we actually got to see Incendio and see what they could bring to the field. And I mean, it was almost a rivalry between Incendio and the Valley back then. So, I mean, every time I was in a room with them, being a KOL at M4, man, the amount of times I've talked to their like coach and everything like that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we got you." It was a pretty good experience. They always, funny that their name now is Fireflux. They always bring the fire, and I love to see that.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a team that Fireflux is just, Turkey in general, the region has grown so much. Fireflux, as you said, before Incendio Supremacy, I'm guessing after M3 got some sponsorship going, we're able to kind of rebrand it into Fireflux, and since then, they have just kind of grown and gone through the roof. They've been a team that, for me, I've followed pretty closely because it's amazing to be able to see some of the regions that in the past were never able to get out of group stage now be top 5, top 6, top 7, top 8, things of that nature. They're a team that, even though they're definitely the underdogs, you can't help but kind of want them to win. You can't help but kind of want to see them do well here. But it's definitely going to be one of their hardest tests and one of their most important tests because, as we said, this is the largest prize pool MLBB has seen yet. Later on, we have some bigger prize pools coming in the year, but so far, this is the biggest thing yet. A lot of teams, normally they would take this time of the year to kind of re-roster. You know, it's not M-Series yet. It's okay if we're not able to make it to MSC. Yes, we want to, but we're trying to think of the long haul. But a lot of teams, after we heard about Games of Future, after we heard about MSC, all these things, they decided, all right, we're just going to lock in our roster. We're not going to switch too many players. We're going to get right back to the drawing board. No rest time. We need to practice. And now Fireflux here once again, playing possibly one of the most important games of their life.
Yeah, and I mean, the Digital Games of the Future brought a $1 million prize pool to this tournament, which is insane for the MLBB history. From when I've started playing MLBB, when I started, doing my KOL stuff and then esports casting and management for the NACT, it's been, you've never seen, at least I haven't seen a prize pool this big other than the M Series. So this is like a huge stepping stone for us in the MLBB scene, and we got to give it up to Digital Games of the Future. It's where you can bring the physical and digital into one unite, and we'll probably see maybe some videos if you guys were watching a little bit later. Man, those videos are so inspiring, and if the teams don't inspire you, the videos definitely will. And I can't wait to see these two teams go at it. Now, later on in the night as well, we'll be seeing Onyx versus RCC. That's also going to be, I would say, like a match of our time, right, Trex?
I think it's going to be an interesting match. I think I definitely put Onyx as the favorite. I honestly, I don't think it's as close as Fireflux Blacklist. But the RCC, a lot of people didn't even think they were going to make it this far, I feel like. I think a lot of people felt like they were the underdogs in this event. They surprised us, they surprised some of us getting out of group stage. I think a lot of our eyes were more on Deuce Vault from this region. They did so well. Deuce Vault have been monsters. Deuce Vault, though, came up short. RCC gets the win over Team Flash, and now they're up against a giant hurdle. I mean, can they keep this run going? If they can get the win on Onyx, I think it is huge. I think it is probably one of the biggest upsets we have seen in a very, very long time. And I'm for it, man. I love a good underdog story. That's what we're looking at pretty much here. We're wondering if Fireflux and RCC can make mountains out of molehills here. Can they cross over this? It is not going to be easy.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I do believe we might go on a quick break here. So I'll let production take over from here, and we'll see you guys soon.
Of the future. future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
In a world that seeks a balance between metaverses and healthy lifestyle, video games and traditional sport, live shows and web entertainment, we found the only way to harmony. Introducing a new era in the realm of sports, Phygital, a revolutionary fusion of the physical and digital worlds. This is an unparalleled mix of the most exhilarating and dynamic youth sports disciplines, all integrated with popular video games and cutting-edge technological devices. This unique sports format is accessible to all. Anyone can participate in Phygital competitions. Any sport has the potential to evolve into a Phygital experience. Football, basketball, hockey, racing, martial arts, shooters, and many other sports have successfully adapted to the new reality. The 2024 Games of the Future is a global multi-sport event that represents the pinnacle of Phygital sports worldwide. The event is attended by best clubs and teams, bringing together 2,000 participants from over 100 countries. It marks the beginning of a series of top Phygital tournaments that will take place annually worldwide. The current official program of Games of the Future includes 21 innovative disciplines. They are classified into 5 groups, which we refer to as challenges: sports, technology, speed, tactics, and strategies, openness, show, fun, and healthy lifestyle. Coming our way is the exciting Phygital era. So stay tuned, join our global Phygital community, and come over to the upcoming Games of the Future. Emerge as winners and heroes of the new era. Games of the Future, made for young generations.
All right, everybody, we are back. Sorry for the wait, but we had to make sure everything was squared away. It's Trex and G back on desk once again, and we're coming up on one of my personal favorite games in the in the quarterfinals. We haven't made it to the semis just yet. Don't want to get ahead of myself. G, it's going to be Fireflux up against Blacklist. Now, we talked about it a little bit before. I want to kind of get into some of the picks, right? I want to get into some of the possibilities here. Ruby has been a very proud pick, but hasn't always done well, at least not in the right hands. I think something that's been on the rise is the Nana pick, a few other things. Anything you think these teams should really be prioing or at least stop prioing here?
I would say there's probably a few things. Is the Ruby has been kind of on the decline. It's definitely one of those picks that are very flexible in this current dynamic MLBB scene that they're trying to build. And it's a hit or miss. Sometimes you can get some good plays, sometimes you can't. But I don't think it's a tide turner like a Tigreal, right? Like that one implosion can definitely make or break a game. I'm guessing one I'm offended could also do exactly the same thing from a Ruby. But I feel like it's a little bit harder for that situation to be put up for a Ruby. So I think it's a little tentative when I see a Ruby on the field. It's more of like it comes down to the individual player. Now, the Nana. This is most annoying hero to deal with if you're on the playing field, and it's just something you don't want to deal with. So even though the Matilda is constantly banned, I think you said earlier 100%, right,
in playoffs so far.
So that I feel like Nana should be there as well. I'm not quite sure why so many teams are allowing her to go through. If I'm not mistaken, she has 100% win rate too. So it's like, just seeing that stat right there, it's like, yeah, if it's open, pick it. If not, then you probably want to ban it. So those are kind of like the stick out picks that I would say. What about you?
Yeah, Nana definitely a monster. It's been 5 picks we've seen her in playoffs, 100% every time. I think it's definitely something we got to keep our eyes out for. Novaria has been something that all of us have had our eyes on for, but let's take a look at the schedule today real fast. We did already see some of it. It was going to be RQ up against Burmese Ghouls, AP Bren up against Homeboys, Blacklist Internationals now what we're going to be seeing, Go up against Fireflux, and Onic up against RCC. Now back to the picks we were talking about. Novaria, I was kind of surprised. She was an amazing pick in M5, has always been kind of steady. Because it's been so long since any big events, all we've had to see is kind of qualifiers around the world, a little taste here and there. So we didn't know exactly what we were going to get into, but it seems that the vision she applies, the range that she applies is still huge for all of these teams. She has still got a huge spot in the meta. She scales wonderfully. And I didn't expect her to be one of the most picked mages, but now she's here. Now, if I want to talk about a hero that I don't think we should be seeing as much, I think the Valentina. I think this is a pick that hasn't really done amazing. I think there could be better picks, like the Nana, like something like that. I think it might just be a comfortable pick for a lot of people. I know it has lost a lot of games. I mean, it's won some as well, but I think it's just something that a lot of teams are still falling back on and could possibly switch up.
True. I also think the same thing with the Valentina. It's ultimately that the hero is diverse and that a lot of teams like the aggression that the Valentina brings versus a Nana, and I understand that, right? But I think that there's still just some teams that are living in the old meta. And they're still being the very first international tournament in MLBB right now into the new meta. I think people are still trying to build that foundation and, live and learn essentially. But with the playoffs being a BO3, I'm not quite sure if that's the place you want to live and learn, right? So the Valentina has been a little rough. Some teams have won with it, but again, it comes down to the individual player that utilizes the Valentina. Now, coming off to some other picks that I've seen that have been kind of, the hit or miss, right? We've seen the Barats, right? That Daytona welcome can be dodged now, and it is just I seen it in one of our last games, and it just didn't clutch. It didn't clutch like Naisu has told me before. It just doesn't work sometimes. You can't clutch it all the time. Now the Kai, I've actually been seeing the Kai quite a bit, and I actually enjoyed that pick. What's your take on the Kai?
I think it's situational. I think it can work well against the Guinevere's when we've been seeing it sometimes, at least some of the top teams. Against the Guinevere jungle, it can kind of handle its own. It can get those pins. I think it's definitely still viable. Do I think it's like first pick prio? No, but I don't think there's honestly for jungle right now. I don't think there's anything that is, I'm going to pick this no matter what if it's open. For the first time, jungle is kind of just, you're pretty free. There's a lot of opportunity. There's some damage picks. There's some utility picks. You have a lot of variations in the jungle, and we don't see a lot of like first bans. A couple teams take out the Joy. That's one of them. But even then, we have seen the Joy lost. Now, I wouldn't want to put it in the hands of certain players. Irad had a monstrous Joy on our queue the other day. So, I mean, there's definitely some players where you definitely want to ban this out. But overall, jungle is very flexible. We saw heroes like the Akai. We've seen heroes like the Fredrin, heroes that maybe we thought were fading out of the meta, still do wonderful. We've seen the Nolan do good. We've seen the Nolan do bad. So I think in that stage, it's kind of hard to tell. I think the Matilda is definitely still very bannable. A lot of teams know that it's vicious. I think as we move forward, we're going to start seeing some more picks. Like we mentioned the Nana a few times, it might eventually get into the ban phase. It might not. It just kind of depends on how these teams feel about it.
True. Now, one thing I do want to talk about is that I've seen, because I've casted a few of Fireflux's game with in the group stage, is that they seem to have this X-Borg signature pick. And not only is it Fireflux's signature pick, it's also North America's signature pick. It's something in North America that we've been constantly known for, is that X-Borg. So kind of seeing Fireflux, it seems like X-Borg doesn't really ever get banned. Let's face it. If it gets banned, you know why. Right. And I think Fireflux is probably going to utilize that a little bit into these coming up games against Blacklist International. I don't know if they'll attempt to try to, pull out again, like the rabbit out of the hat and do a Leah Mort again. It just didn't feel like they were ready for it. Right. Though the games being diverse, I do think they could do anything at any moment. Now, we can kind of take a look at the Blacklist roster. We do know that there's a couple subs. Haji's on the roam and Sinsu's in the jungle. And then you got Edward, you and Oheb. And again, still a monster of a roster. And each one of them still are really excelling at their roles. So I want to see what they do to bring it back against Fireflux once again here, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, all five of them have just been doing an amazing job. And Sensui, I think there was some doubts when he first joined the roster last year. and actually started playing heavily last year, and he has just proved himself time and time again. But let's take a look at Fireflux roster. We're going to have Rosa in the mid, Alien, Sunshine, Apex 47, and TNZ. One of the players I really think we need to see something from is Apex 47 here. We saw him do some amazing sets. We've seen him do some amazing things in the past. But so far, I kind of have felt like he's lacking a bit. Rosa as well. I don't know if it's just the meta for Rosa. Back in the past, Rosa had an amazing Lilia. I need these two players in the mid to set the pace for their team. They need to be the aggressive players that we've grown to love over the past year. If they can't be that, then Blacklist is most likely going to dominate in the laning phase. They're going to dominate in the mid phase, and they're going to be able to out-rotate them and just always have the upper hand. So I don't know if it's completely draft. I think it's going to be the way they take the pace of this game.
True. And one thing that I've noticed about Fireflux is they like to press Blacklist International as much as they possibly can, right? And I feel like that was their goal going into their very first games against them into the Digital Games of the Future, is that they just wanted to not leave any breathing room for Blacklist International. And again, if they can pull that off, I think it could be something that Blacklist is going to have to be worried about. Now, Blacklist, when they're pinned against the wall, like kind of what I was saying earlier, they kind of become predators. Like, and Fireflux became the prey last time when they did push them against the wall. So I'm wondering if they're going to take more of a tactile approach coming into this next series. And again, it's a best out of 3. So first game could be the filler outer, and then the second game could be the one that they utilize everything that they've been planning. Again, I think it's just going to come to fruition if that's what they attempt to do. I don't know if they'll go the aggressive route. I think they might go the tactile route. Blacklist International, they seem to been a little aggressive once things settle, so I can only imagine that they might go the aggressive route. Maybe some set tanks that we'll see from Haji or something like that. I mean, the implosion that we've seen was crazy, but it looks like we'll be jumping into something here.
Possible video. Looks like we're going to be jumping back to us. Here we go.
Hey!
Wonderful video there. Quickest one we've had so far. Now, one thing, right? You mentioned the X-Borg earlier. We have seen the X-Borg, like, not just from Fireflux, but AP Bren picked it up before. In group stage, a couple other teams have used it here and there. It's definitely not like a pick every time. But what I've been noticing is, in theory, I think it's mainly used to counter something like the Barats. Sometimes to either counter something like the Fretter, and to deal with some of these utility tanky jungles. The Barat mainly, because he doesn't really have a dash. He does have the Daytona's Welcome now, but still, when he's moving towards you, it is just a straight shot. And the X-Borg has the possibility to kite, to cause chip damage, to do true damage, and it's just something that pairs well up against it. Now, should Fireflux be picking this all the time? No, but if they want to try to let that Barat's through, which has been a monster in the jungle, if they want to try to let Blacklist have something like that and use it to counter, the possibility could be there. Again, though, I think they're going to need to come into this game not I mean, I think their draft isn't horrible. I don't know if they're just completely getting out drafted, because as we saw before, they almost beat Blacklist. I think it's just execution, the way they approach this, and they can never sleep on Blacklist, and they definitely need to watch out for Haji, because you mentioned aggressiveness, and yes, when Haji was roaming before, he was an aggressive roamer. That was the swap between him and Venus. When they wanted something like Chow in the roam, that's when Haji would come in. When they wanted a support like Estes, that's when Venus would come in. So now, without Venus, without Wise, we're definitely seeing the much more aggressive side of Blacklist. We've been seeing OHEB. We've been seeing all of them just stomp through teams. But we're going to be taking a look at the stage now. Pretty sure we're going to be having the teams walk on soon. You know, the trophy is simple, G, but it is prestige. We got the brick here. We got the big box. I don't know how heavy that thing is, but it looks heavy, and I'm excited to see some of these players lift it up. I like it. Digital Games have done a wonderful job with this stadium, a wonderful job with the vibe overall, I feel like. And Blacklist International is going to be our first team walking on. We got Yue in the mid lane. This guy has been a monster back-to-back. Sensui in the roam position. Edward in the EXP. one of my favorite players on Blacklist right there. Haji going to be in the Rome position. My bad. Sorry about that. And then we have Kalad. Oheb in the gold. Been doing an amazing job. G, how you feeling about the team?
I like the team. You know, I've always been a pretty big Blacklist International fan. And even if they got subs, I still think they still got a good comp, and we can kind of see them walking down the stage. They look very comfortable. I even like how they're showing love to the fans, right? You know, the people that are in the VIP is what I'm suspecting there. And then look at the trophy. One thing I gotta point out is this stage is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know about you. I didn't get to too much of see M5 stage, but M4 stage, like this is great compared to M4's stage.
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing stage, and the teams are going to walk back to their respective positions as the next team prepares to approach the stage. This is Firefox Esports. We got Sunshine. Has been part of this team since the beginning. Apex 47 on the Rome position, ready for the big sets to happen. Rosa has become a huge trend and has grown many fans in the Philippines. Alien as well. TNZ coming in as well. I am hyped for this team. I want to see some big plays. I want to see something happen. I want to see them push Blacklist against the wall this time, but not back off. They need to be able to go all out if they want to take this win.
Definitely. And I think Fireflux has that grit and that tenacity to be able to, you know, apply pressure to Blacklist International. And again, it's a rivalry in the works. And if they can secure this deal against Blacklist International, take the win, I think it's just going to solidify it, right? And then you can already see, I love, like, they're not shy. Like, look at them. They're ready for it. They've been on stage before. This ain't going to affect them. And it looks like they're going to be heading to their seats as well and